Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen. I will be your host this evening. That is what this is. Anyway, I just wanted to go into some detail on the video that you just watched. It was presented by Marilyn. It came out tonight at 6:30 Eastern Time, and it will be available to share and to watch at Targeted Massachusetts on the home screen. So, let me see who we have here tonight. We have a full house already. We're heading towards one. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody. And those of you who saw this particular video, do you have any comments that you'd like to make?
I just want to say hi, Frank. Love you.
Love you too.
Can you even hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, very cool. So I guess there's another way. I dialed some number, and I think they're charging me like a penny a minute or something. I don't know. But is this like a Zoom, of another way to access this call besides where we're interactive?
Unfortunately, there isn't. Very shortly, I will be streaming this to Targeted Massachusetts. That's what that home screen is for. So cool. That'll be next, and that'll be free, and no one will have to pay anything.
I like it.
Yeah.
Money's hard to come by. I'm a 53-year-old college student.
Oh.
Income I can get. I'm a professional seamstress, and I'm a target of corporate America, and I have an outrageous story, and I've recently been connecting dots. But, yeah, I don't want to take over the show. I'm here to I need help. And I need to find lawyers in the state of Florida. But this is federal. It goes from the Delaware shore. I'm actually, I can connect stalking to multimedia games. I'm dugong, and the preponderance of evidence is ridiculous. I have 2 U.S. utility patents, and after they ran over me, they backed over me. The Gorilla Grip gloves, that's my concept. And I went one day, they asked me to, I was in this inventors group on LinkedIn, and they said, hey, write your senator. We're trying to stop this American Inventors Act thing from going through. And I said, hey, I'll do better. I was living in the swamps of D.C. in Northern Virginia, and I ran on down to the Senate and went into 18 judicial members' offices, and I told them all I was being stalked and terrorized. And it's only been the past few months that I've really been connecting the dots. I've found a gentleman who lives across the street from my dad has licensed a telephone and internet company on the Delaware shore in 2002, where I was managing a beach house in the summertime. And they tried to kill me in 2000. I was in a horrible automobile accident, and I just recently found out the guy who tried to that hit me was a false identity. He died as an infant. As soon as I realized that, they did something in Truth Finder, and now there's something up there that's some British guy or something. I don't know, some IT expert. It's just ridiculous. But I can also connect it to Ansel Edmont, who's now Ansel publicly traded. That's who I disclosed my invention to in 1998 with a signed confidential disclosure agreement.
Okay, Gail,
yeah.
Can you hold up just for a few minutes? And I just got to get a couple of things out of the way here. I'd just like to say that as I projected in our newsletter in early 2020, right in January, Appiject is the company that the DoD has chosen to provide vaccine applications. They have just been awarded the contract, and it is an application. They squeeze it, they put it into you, squeeze it, and throw it away. So
Is
it's
it good?
No,
How's
it's
that?
not good. I don't like any of it.
Sound good, yeah.
I have to see a vaccine that's proven itself.
Oh, Lord.
And the second thing I have to offer here is, let me see. We have members of a neo-Nazi group sentenced for a plot to target journalists
Excellent.
and activists. And I will put that in the chat as well. And we have a very interesting article that I'll put in there in a second. Hold on. Okay, let's see if we can get this one in there. Okay, that one's in the chat as well. For some reason, it did not go blue, so it might not be good right now. Okay, and I lost the rest of what I was going to say here. Okay, we have a site where this woman is actually up against the deep state and government over synthetic telepathy ills.
Synthetic what?
Synthetic telepathy ills.
Yes. I'm clairaudient, clairvoyant. My life's weird. I have experiences where, there's possibly things in me. I need
Okay.
Frank,
Yes, sir.
Did you say pills?
Synthetic telepathy ills. ILLS.
Got you. Thank you.
And she has a lawsuit. Synthetic ills in America. And that link is good. I'm going to see if I can patch up the other link.
Well, how are these being transmitted, like 5G? Because I was being knocked off my internet, and they were screwing with my grades. It's been quite a thing, especially with the pandemic and stuff. But there's collegiate involvement. I'm being followed on all levels. Local watch groups. I've got hours of material, but I don't, I want to hear other people talk. I'm excited to learn.
Yeah, we have a lot of people are being severely attacked, and I am among these people, and we are tired of it, and we want to react. And we are seeing, if you listen to that CIA video, the CIA is publicly coming out and saying, point blank, directed energy weapons have been used on our people. And if you watch it again on our site, there are a couple of parts that I had to clip out. And what it says is that it has been used in people in the United States as well, civilians. So this is kind of a groundbreaker, and Marilyn brought it forward. Marilyn Page brought it forward.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, how you doing, Marilyn? That came out at 6:30 tonight.
Oh, it was exciting to see it. I jumped up. I was like, yeah. One of the cool things about it is they use the word perpetrator. And I thought that was important because we generally use the perps and the perpetrators.
No.
And that it got exposed, so.
Yeah, and I have said many times, many times, I would like to believe that it is not our own government that's doing this to us. Now, I believe that the CIA was in Australia when this happened. They weren't on our own home ground.
There's definitely, I think that there are bad guys within the government, that there's double agents, and one of these guys that, came on, wanted to be my lover, blah, 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 told me he had, done some time. I don't have even a single tattoo, okay? Anyhow, so he was like a biker, had a really nice Harley, and told me that he had done time for like 5 pounds of marijuana or something, right? I've got my card. So he turns out he's a U.S. Marshal, all right? And he sent me this. He went back to New Hampshire allegedly for some parole thing, but he sent me this some marijuana medical, like that concentrate or something, and I swear it had gave me a headache. I think it was like Pine Sol or something. Anyhow, I got all sorts of things I want tested, including my hair from a period of time where they broke into my house and were poisoning me.
Okay, Gail, you can do that at, I have a website. Her name is Janet Hull, and it's janethull.com, and she does hair testing, and she's a PhD as well.
Janet Hull, like Hull?
Yes, janethull.com.
Thank you.
Hey, Frank, when you look at that clip on PBS and Mark Polymarpoulos, I think it's a Greek name, so this former CIA operative, he has a lot of static in the background of this room that he's in this PBS episode. And TI's on YouTube, you'll see this. And one TI had said, do you see the static? And it's it's all this fuzzy moving material. It is I think it is part of the weapon system, and it's evident when you look at it, So if you have time to look at that again.
Yeah, it's going to be posted on our site.
They put things on our car door handles. I think there's all sorts of ways of putting stuff on you that makes your brain hurt, makes it hard to think and be clear and focused on what you're doing. And so I think there's a lot of topical assaults, even dust. I just had this 2-day headache, and it dissipated when I took some aspirin last night, and today I had this migraine headache all day long. And I went and I took a tissue and wiped the inside of my nose, and this thick brown paste I wiped out of my nose. And as soon as I wiped out my sinuses, that freaking migraine just went away. Boom. So, but then I can't even remember where, but I remember kind of walking through this fog, dust, like this, whatever was, I just thought it was dirt, sand, whatever, but it was something, I think, a little more than that. But I have no, I can't prove everything, just a fraction of the things that have happened to me. But I have surveillance by air. I have these drive-bys. I'm pretty sure I'm a walking beacon, whether it's my phone or my car or both. Anyhow, I made a police report yesterday about this plane. I was 2 hours from submitting my final exam, and this plane went over top of my car 3 times. I'm in the park, I'm homeless. I've been staying at the Walmart Inn, and because I had to escape my crazy landlord situation. That was a neighborhood watch group. There they crossed the creepy line, and I believe with a good legal assistance that I could make us a lot of money, because multimedia games makes trillions of dollars, and there's definitely an international conglomeration of this, and I can connect some Russians to my crazy as well. 33 years in the swamps of D.C. I know, I have connections. Michael Cohen referred me to a lawyer who screwed me over in 2009.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you, but we have a lot of people here tonight, and we are interested in finding solutions, as we all know basically what is going on. But we welcome you as a new member, and we certainly look forward to hearing from you. And what I'd like to have now is, if some people would like to ask you questions, the board is open. Okay, ma'am. If you just hang in there, we'll see if there's some people that would like to ask you questions. Yeah.
Well, I think that we're sharing a lot of common experiences. But
I have a question for you.
Please.
So I'm new to this group on Friday. My name is Kim, and I'm definitely a TI for the last 4 years. And now, they're getting involved with the weapons, with the drones overhead, and the neighborhood, microwaving through the windows and so on. And, when I first heard about all that, I thought, well, I don't know how far that goes, because it didn't affect me. I was mostly affected with the gang stalking and the break-ins and some of the IT equipment and so on.
Right.
But then as things went on and I was being unaffected, if you will, even though I lost my travel agency business, I had to leave that, I had to sell my house and so on. So there were things that impacted me, but I kept moving forward. And then they started with these weapons recently. And so I've been videoing at night, with the flash on. And you talk about this fog. And I couldn't figure it out, but I could see the blue light and a red light, beaming in through, like, neighbors. I reported a couple of them. But overall, there's sort of like, and it's not visible to the eye, but when you have your camera on and you're videoing or you take a photograph, you can see the white fog. And you can feel something being beamed down on your head. Like, you can feel it. You're sort of spotty, you're fuzzy, you've got a pain in your head. And I started doing this because, I remember one night it was like 1 a.m, and I had severe daggers to my head, serious daggers, and to different parts of my body out of nowhere that woke me up.
Right.
And it was pitch black. It was 1 a.m. I kept all the lights off, and I videoed, and when I couldn't believe what I saw. So on the video, and I have this footage, on the video, it shows these white, almost like giant ping pong balls in the room, like coming through the walls, flying in the air, through the walls, a bunch of them, zigzag, coming in and out of the walls while I was laying there. No wonder I was in pain, because they were being aimed at my body and at me and at my dog. And that freaked me out, because the next night when I looked, I did the same exact thing around the same hour. I looked, it wasn't there. And then again, it wasn't there. It's almost like they give you a break. And
excuse me, what were your eyes doing? Were you having trouble with your eyes?
Yes, my eyes got seriously attacked. In fact, I had to go to Mass Eye and Ear, and because I had a major pain that I've never had before on my eyeball, and I couldn't understand, what it was. And they said, "Oh, that's pretty serious."
The very same thing happened to me.
Okay.
The whole room, my whole car filled up with.
Your whole car filled up with. Your car filled up with fog.
Ping pong balls, the same thing.
Ping pong balls, but you couldn't visually see them to the eye, right?
You can see. I saw them. They were white, and they filled the car. And by the time I got home, I walked into my bedroom, and there were just 2 left. And it is an eye injury, ma'am. That is confirmed. Has been confirmed.
No, this is something different because I couldn't see it visually to the eye, and when I videotaped it in the pitch black, I spotted it. And then the next night when I did it again, I didn't see anything. So my eyes are affected. The pain in my head was affected, but visually I couldn't see anything during the day. It's only through film because the camera doesn't lie.
Okay, it's a different situation because I was shot with a laser in the eye, so that's what happened to me.
And what I'm saying also is when we talk about this fog, because when I take these pictures, it's just like it's like a clouds over. Oh, that's another thing. I had a Zoom video session. It was something I had to do for work, and out of nowhere, this person said to me, "Oh, my God, where are all those clouds over your head?" Now, I was in my home, inside, during the day, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 12 o'clock, and all of a sudden there were these clouds, and when I could see, you know how you have the little picture on the Zoom, your little, square. When I looked at the square, I took a picture of it. I got a picture of the clouds that just built up over my head, but yet when I got off the chair and tried to take a picture, everything was gone. I couldn't see a thing. But again, it was with the camera you saw it.
I have a theory, if I could
Sure.
interject.
Please.
I'm a spiritualist, and white orbs are good. Purple or very spiritual. Black or dark, and sometimes you'll see these orbs around people. And when they're intentions, when somebody's talking to you with a smile on your face, but then you see these dark orbs around them, no, they're lying to you.
Okay.
So it's we as targeted individuals are very empathetic in general, and that our noses would be tilted up a little more. I'm a face reader, so the more empathetic we are, the more susceptible we are to things like mind control and persuasion. I gave up drinking to get drunk in my 20s, 53, but just because knowing that how easy it is to get swept away and involved in somebody else's emotion or drama, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these people who are the surveillance team, your neighborhood watch, the ones who go behind your back and talk about you, they're nice to your face, and then they're telling people you're a liar, you're a thief, God only knows. But those people, they come on really honey sweet, and eventually they want to isolate you and shame you and make you feel bad about yourself. It's this weird, it's part of this corporate plan. It's the Keynesian economic plan of planned obsolescence and making us all plural. Here's one of my stalkers, the helicopter. They're always.
Yep, going today.
I'm videotaping. I'm not right yet. Trying to. Can't find my.
Well, let me ask you. How can we protect ourselves? Because I know that the brightening of the lights that when they put the beams on you when you're driving. I realize because I do a slow video when they're going by, and I know you're not supposed to do that, but I do, and just to get it all on film because I can observe it better. I realize that this brightening of the lights, it's like an attack, because when I reverse the tape and look at it, it's almost like a green light that comes from it in the car. It's like an attack while you're driving through this brightening.
Yeah, they do this. It's a stage in your targeting. It's real. They do bright you. They bright you, and it's awful. I'll tell you what I did once, because I walk a lot, and I use it in the car as a passenger. There's this tool that people use that has a mirror on it. Yeah. And so whenever there was a gang stalker on the highway, especially, or in traffic, I would catch sunlight and bounce it back in their face, to get them to go away. But I think it's only temporary. They don't, I think it's a level, like CIA programs, they have stages, and it won't be forever.
Well,
and then you'll get to the point. Yeah, you'll get to the point where they'll start something else, and you can't think about the vehicular stuff anymore. And
has everybody signed up for the class lawsuit?
Just targeted justice.
Yes. Targeted justice.
Yeah, I wanted to look into that. I've just really found this community, and I'm glad to find people that aren't seeing shape-shifting Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, well, we're going to be part of something big here. It sounds like it's going to be some type of civil war going on, but it is I think it's heightened, and it's getting bigger due to the gluttony, and there's so many people affected and coming forward, and I'm so happy about that.
Right.
And the fact that they're going to go forward with a class action is so fantastic. So you have to, right now I think there's only about a little under, like 200 people that are registered, but you have to register, not so much put forward your information or any kind of evidence, but just your name, and then there's a listing of I want to say 8 attributes or 9 attributes, which is basically some of the symptoms of being a TI. And you have to, if it affects you, you say yes, and you give a little, what happened to you. And everything sort of overlaps between all of us, because there's only so many things they can do, and they do. And and then there's 2 events, and then they talk about the gang stalking, and then they talk about, have you been gang stalked, and then do you have a chip in you? Have you had an MRI, that kind of thing. And you can say possible or not sure or whatnot. But you give your name and address, and then you just sort of just answer those attributes in the 2 events. And then you're registered, and you're good to go. And then once they compile the information, then they're going to, want more from you. You start collecting your evidence and trying to keep it on a USB storage device or something.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we hear from some other people on this?
Thank you so much, by the way. Is it Frank?
Yes, it's Frank. My name's Frank Allen.
Thanks, Frank. Frank, thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate it. I feel better already.
Aw.
Can you hear me, Frank?
I certainly can. Go right ahead.
Could you explain to me about cloaking in layman's terms? Reading all about it way over my head.
Okay, cloaking in layman's terms. The only thing that I've seen in cloaking that actually resembles real cloaking at all is a gentleman holding a photographic sheet almost as tall as he is, up to his neck, and what he does is holds it against the background, and it photographs or absorbs the background automatically. Then he turns it around, and he is part of the scenery. But as far as cloaking in an electronic sense, I know nothing of it. I know that it has been worked on in Boston by a company, and they supposedly transported 7 military people to Iraq. But I have no proof of that. It was a news article, so I'm not sure about that.
Wow.
Cloaking. I've never even heard of that.
Can somebody be in my car and I can't see him?
I don't think so. That's probably a no-no.
invisibility cloaking supposedly comes out of UC Berkeley, but it didn't originate with Berkeley. It's advanced alien technology. They use it to make their spaceships invisible when they enter the Earth's atmosphere.
Sure. We want to drop alien technology and alien talk because we have a hard enough time proving that.
Okay, we're just not sophisticated enough on this call. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good luck.
We don't handle alien
Thank you.
technology because she did not let me finish. It's hard enough to prove that TIs exist.
Yeah, exactly.
If you add in an alien connection, it destroys our effort altogether.
Yeah. Right, yeah. What's a good way of protecting yourself from some of these weapons? Does anybody know?
I haven't found a way myself personally. If there are others out there who have methodology that would help, let them come forward. The only thing that I will suggest to you is this. It has helped me, and that is to go to buy some solar eclipse glasses. They're up to 14 on the scale. A welder's glasses are only 8. They do not let in visible light if you're in a darkened room. What I will tell you is the smallest computers in the world take commands from light.
What's the name of those?
I don't have the name right in front of me. Let me pull up my countermeasures and.
What type of glasses did you say they were?
Solar eclipse glasses.
Like a welder, yeah.
They look more like diver's glasses, and they they look more like diver's glasses.
Okay, and where do you get those?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
That's good to know. You went poopy?
Boy, you knew we had to go.
And you wear those, when would you wear those?
You'd wear those in your home.
Okay. So you can see okay. It just keeps everything off your eyes.
Yeah, they are made by Philips.
Wow.
Hold on a second.
Problem. Corporate.
I mean, I've been putting like aluminum foil, believe it or not, on my sliding glass doors and my windows before bed.
I don't believe that's going to help you.
It helps with the neighborhood stuff as far as the microwaves that are like directed right at the windows because you can tell they're going right for that sliding glass and right for the window. But it does not help for the stuff that goes through the walls, those bouncing beams that are coming through. It does not help. It's almost like you need like thin aluminum or some type of metal to cover your walls. And even the RF paint they have out, that's not going to do it because I bought like an RF fabric, a huge blanket, and that's more for like RF, general RF, like a cell phone or a mobile phone or, internet or computer, and that keeps all that out. They even have canopies. But it's not going to keep out those lasers that are coming down from the drone.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's going to kill you. That's what they're looking to do. I mean, I understand that some TIs, they're used because there's an objective, and the objective would be that, for instance, if they want that certain house on the corner because they need it for themselves to put someone in there, and they want to get you out of there, they'll harass you and finally get you out of there, even if it takes a couple of years. And now they can take it for themselves. But once you're gone and you do what they want you to do, they leave you alone. See you later. They got what they needed. Yeah. But for the others, where it just goes on year after year and the torment, they want you dead. They want you to kill yourself. They don't want to kill you. It's murder. They want you dead. Whoa. And so this is what we're dealing with here. So it's about.
And they want it to look like your own hand.
What's that?
Like you say, they want it to look like they want you to kill yourself. They want it to look like your own hand.
Yeah.
And they create these accident situations. You know,
but I feel like with these weapons now coming from the drones, it's a faster death, really, because I can feel the way it penetrates in your head. I've been thrown off the road a couple times, and God knows if there was a cliff on the other side, I would have been gone. So you're right. It's like you did something, you know.
Right. I've been sleeping in my car. I've been getting a lot of targeting and having a lot of problems with my legs, like aching.
Yes.
And I find that if I flip around and stick my legs up high, up above my chest, it stops the pain. Mm-hmm. So, you know, some might say it's restless leg syndrome, but which it could be, but I really feel like it's related to these drones that are throwing out this very powerful energy force.
Yeah, they're weapons, and this is war.
Right. I went into this pawn shop, and this dude, he's sitting there looking at this map of the population. He's like, man, the population is really grown. And it was a map and showed, like, I don't know, this swell of population. And he was a populist. He wanted to spin it. He was somebody who thought he was better than somebody else, and that other people were expendable. So there's a very psychopathic mentality, and these people without jobs and hopes and careers. Yeah. I mean, in D.C., I was in the suburbs of D.C. messing with professionals. I came here to the swamps of Florida. These people are crazy. You know, the devil was down to Georgia, and he's like, hell, I ain't going no further, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow.
I will say that this is a war, but God has it beat already. He's got this. It's just a matter of His time. I'm just keep saying, when? Come on, God, when? I'll do my part. I'll hang in there. I know you want me to be a soldier in this. I don't know why, but I've been cherry picked along with the rest of us, and I'm on it. Just let me know.
Why?
I'm on it because that's what He chose that for me. That's what He wants me to do. To stand up.
What did you do?
He wants me to stand up to it.
Are you a whistleblower? Are you a content creator? Why are they targeting you?
Okay, so I own for 18 years a travel company, Choice Destinations nationwide, and it was through website, name, number, blah, blah. What they did, because they're completely corrupt. I've come to find out, I didn't know what was going on for the longest time. But then as I started pairing up IP addresses and sort of like history on the website, and there was this one thing after another constantly. I went through all kinds of providers and so on. But at the end of the day, what happened was they were using my agency as a host. They were using it internationally for Philippines, I mean, you name it, Russia, Europe, everywhere. And they were doing drug trafficking. They had and I'm not sure about the human trafficking, but that goes hand in hand. What I'm saying is they had my IP address they used my website, and then they created another website that you can go and order drugs, and I was direct link to Hong Kong pharmaceutical. So they were bypassing the FDA, and they were doing illegal. I mean, this is where they get all their money. This is drugs.
Excuse me.
They're part of this, yes.
We have a policy on here. Unless you're going to bring others into the conversation, you cannot dominate the call. We have almost 70 people here waiting to speak, some listening. So we have a 7-minute policy.
Okay.
If there's anyone else who would like to...
Okay, you asked a question, and that's how I got hauled in. And so for whatever reason, I'm in, and I want out, but I'll stand up to this to the end because we need to. We need to stick together. That's it. Thank you, Frank.
Certainly. Anybody that would like to comment on that or add or ask her questions, feel free. This is Open Mic Friday night. Step up to the mic.
Can I mute this? Can you laundromat? Is noise bothering you?
Yeah, I'll take care of that. There's somebody in the background. Is that you, Gail?
Yeah, I'm in the laundromat, and there's TVs in the background. So I'm sorry, I'm just in the middle of something. So I don't know how to mute unless you tell me.
*6.
Keep it muted.
Thank you.
I have a question. And I will comment on, they spread rumors that I'm depressed from people and all that, and then they put V2K in my head, saying to me, to do not nice things to myself in my own voice, subliminally. But can I ask you, lately I'm getting, it's like pain in my arm, almost like if somebody's grabbing my arm, but obviously no one's grabbing it. And I'm just wondering, maybe I have chips in my arm that I'm not aware of, or if anybody's ever had that sensation where it's almost like your arm hurts, like somebody's grabbing it. I don't know if I have.
Is it like
they do that to me too?
Shoulder, or at your what do they call it? The back part of your arm, and like if you reach to the other shoulder, does it have any form of pain at all?
No, it's like a sensation, like somebody's kind of grabbing my arm, like with their, with their thumbs. It's the upper arm, like the part where the upper arm, where like the muscles would be.
The next time you take a shower, this works for me. Get you some 100% baking soda. The next time you take a shower or a bath, when you get out and dry off, rub baking soda on there, and make sure you put a lot under your arm and in those little creases on the sides of your arm. Try that. It might help. It might help you get rid of that sensation.
Does anybody? I feel like I have something in my arms all of a sudden, and I don't know if I'm just being, like, I don't know if people get, like, it's almost like I get, like, scabs on my skin, and, nobody's hurting me, no one's touching me. Almost like I'm, there's, like, hard, I don't know if that makes sense. Or does anybody know how to tell? I have two more questions. Just, I don't know if anyone knows how to tell if you have a chip or how to demagnify it, and that's one question. The other thing is, I have a used car that I bought a year ago, and for sure I'm being, tracked, but I can almost hear some kind of noise, like a subtle beep, 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 you know what I mean? So something must be a barcode in my car or something. I'm just saying if anybody has any insight on any of those two things I just said. Thank you for letting me vent.
If you believe that you have a chip in your arm or some kind of implant, some type of implant, you need to get an MRI of that area. And to do that, just simply say to your doctor, this pain in this particular spot, I cannot stand. And tell them the pain is up around an 8, and they will MRI your arm. So don't go in and say, oh, gee, I think I have a chip in my arm. They'll throw you out. Either that or convey you to the nearest nut bin.
Okay, thank you. And then if you do have it, then what happens?
Call me.
Okay.
My phone number is 508.
Oh, well, hold on. I don't have that. 1 second.
I take calls from everyone.
Okay.
Phone number is, in the U.S., 508-857-8334.
Okay. And do you have any suggestions on how to see how to track the GPS, how to find it.
This is something very simple that you might do to see if you have the same satellite there all the time. But in your browser, type in-the-sky.org. And then when you get to that site, click on spacecraft. And then click on above you. And you will see if you can't make that happen, you can go to targetedmassachusetts.org, and on the left-hand side, when you scroll down on the home page, you will find that very link, and all you have to do is click on the big black globe.
Frank, are you from Massachusetts?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Oh, I most certainly am.
I am too. This is Kim. I'm sorry to I was just
Where are you from?
Andover.
Okay, North Shore. All right.
Oh, and you're South Shore?
I am South Shore, correct.
Oh, wow. We need to get a group together. Do you do any physical groups? Well, not with COVID, of course.
We do. Yes, we do.
That's awesome. Okay, I wrote your phone number down.
Okay, if you'd like to get our newsletter and email me, it's frank@targetedmassachusetts.org.
Awesome. We can stop this, Frank.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, we're getting very, very close, especially with news like we've received this evening.
What was that?
Well, the video is actually on Targeted Massachusetts right now. I just transferred it. That is a video that a CIA agent, they interview, and it comes right out and says directed energy weapons, I believe.
And where was this broadcast? Where was it broadcast?
Tonight it was from PBS, Boston, I believe, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have it on tape. It's on our site.
Wow. Okay. Awesome.
Do you know what caused him to mention those two words?
Because you have to actually watch it, but
they've cut off my Wi-Fi. My link to the outside world, they stole my cell phone, cut off my Wi-Fi, so I can't. So, God, if you could just fill me in a bit, I'd be so grateful.
Okay, well, they go into all the symptoms of someone who is neurally monitored for remote telepathy.
Oh, man.
As in difficulty maintaining balance, headaches, cognitive function problem,
right?
And many other issues.
Wicked pain, right? Wicked pain.
Yeah, severely attacked.
And also weak muscles. Does anybody else get their muscles where they just won't even hardly let you walk or get up a step?
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
I mean, one of my legs is half the size of the other, and I'm about to lose it. I think it's just gone. My whole vascular system and cardio doesn't work if I'm not being practically electrocuted every night during my sleep and toasted.
And make sure that you go to your doctor and say, "This is what."
Well, Frank, I'm to the point where no doctor will keep me on as a patient. I don't have a doctor.
Okay, you're going to have to go to an ER and say, I have extreme pain, I'm losing muscular control in my leg. Can you look at it for me?
In this area, there's not an ER that'll pay any attention to me and do anything. I could tell you stories, but I won't take the time.
Okay.
Just travel a distance and hope for the best. I'm thinking in the whole region my name is on something, or they just know where I'm going.
Give me a call. I just gave out my phone number. Give me a call or email me, and I will get back to you and see if we can a place where they can actually get some help.
Thank you.
You should try to get Medicaid. You should try to get disability and Medicaid. So you can get medical care, and then you can get a family doctor. That's what I did.
No,
I have Medicaid.
I've got, I'm on disability, and I have Medicare, but a doctor will see me one time if I'm lucky, and then they'll discharge me from their practice. And I don't even talk about this stuff. I'm just going in for legitimate health problems and prescriptions to be continued for thyroid and muscle spasms.
You can like
that has happened to me before. I do understand. It's going to be hard for you. I'm going to admit that has happened to me.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You can get, there's a list, you can call your card and say, I'd like to switch doctors.
Well, I don't even have a doctor to switch from. Yeah.
They'll find you one. Just pick anyone. You just have to call. It's on the back of your card. Mm-hmm. And they'll have a rep and say, and the doctor will talk to you on the phone because of COVID. You can do all kinds of, you can make I've made police reports on the phone because of COVID.
Yeah,
and
my phone is completely controlled by them this week. I tried calling numbers from online when the Wi-Fi was connected, and somebody else, two different professional offices, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator. Other people were answering the numbers I was dialing off the internet. It wasn't where I was calling.
Right.
You know, Ella from Ella Free,
yeah.
She and Matthew Aaron, they had a helpline, and she got overwhelmed, so she's only taking emails. If there's 70 people on the call, someone should be able to come up with an idea that we can have a serious helpline with professionals that are TIs. We have nurses, we have doctors, we have all kinds of professionals, and you know, with a computer that can assist people who are in trouble, who are targeted.
Well, this has been going on in my life. I estimate 40 or more years, and I'm not glooming and dooming because I haven't said these words through 10 years of torture, nonstop, 24/7 cooking and the whole thing. Forget about just the beginning when it comes to the surface with people following you and coming in and out of your house and stealing. That's all over. They've stolen everything. You know, they still come in and out every day, rotate out my little dog from other dogs. But my physical, there's no way that my life is going to continue. I can't even stand up without my heart barely being able to pump to keep me. I mean, I'm out of breath standing up. It's bad. It's bad. My veins are gone. My arteries. Anyway, I don't want to go on and on. I'm just wondering, like, are there other people towards the end that I could communicate with that might have some ideas? Because you don't, until you get so bad, you don't really know what's going to happen to tell anybody anything. And I'm having trouble finding someone that's this far down the road and still alive to maybe be able to grasp what I can do. Because where I'm at, I've been too long. I shouldn't have ever come. And they're just on me like hair on a gorilla every single second.
These games have been going on since the 50s. What drew their attention to you?
I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. When they first got
Are you a woman in business?
Well, I believe that my targeting began in college, and I got very sick winter quarter. Nobody else was sick. I ended up in the hospital.
I cannot believe you even asked her that. What made you...
I think it's fascinating. I think
that was untrue
why
to her.
Targeted. Is it drug activity? Is it lies? Is it truth? Who's our enemy? Who's putting this militia on us?
I appreciate.
There doesn't need to be.
That helps.
They target everyone. There doesn't need to be a specific.
Right, and I appreciate the question because I want to speak to something quick, Frank. When I was an infant, I was an hour away from death till my mother took me to the emergency room. I'm told the story. They had me in the hospital as an infant for like a month. I don't even know when this began, right? But I know in college was a major turning point with my health and everything. My first stalker happened on break from college. So I didn't know at the time, you know. You don't know till you look back and you know all about it, right? So in college, did I have enemies? No. Did I lie? No. Did I break a law? No. Did I tick somebody off? Not that I'm aware of, but you know, I'm clueless. I really am.
Yeah. I don't think. No, I happen to, but I don't think everyone knows who their perps are. I do. Okay?
Wow. Wow.
So and the reason for it, okay, I happen to know.
Wow.
All right? I saw something I wasn't supposed to see.
I believe that. I believe that.
Yeah? I saw somebody grab a woman that was in her early 20s and snatch them.
Oh, my
okay?
God.
So
Oh,
that's what I witnessed.
Oh, my God.
So
Well,
I
so,
know
you know,
people.
you don't even know, really, right? I mean, like, who knows what
Yeah,
somebody might know? Who knows?
yeah. Somebody right in the same building, in apartment 5 of the same building that I was in.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Right now, you guys.
And there was an attempted rape on another woman who was in apartment 2.
Mm-hmm.
So between the two, I think that's the reason, because at the time the woman came to our apartment for shelter. So where it went from there, we don't know.
Frank, have you ever wondered, I'm sure you have, so let's say it's those people that wanted to do this to you because of that reason. Where were they so highly connected to a network with this much money and power to do this to you?
It doesn't take money and power.
No.
What it takes is running into the wrong website on the dark web.
Well, I've never hardly been on the internet.
Yeah, or having a friend, in this case, this guy did, who is very familiar with this. So put the two together and you've got trouble.
So, Frank, do you think then my theory of college was way back for me, like 70s?
Yeah.
So that's not possible then.
They're picking on people who aren't stupid, okay?
No.
They're picking on smart people, and they're picking on people who excel, who are alpha people.
That was me. That is, yep.
Yeah. So that's who they're picking on.
But hello, there's a lot of smarter people than me and more alpha people than me that aren't targeted.
Yeah.
That are
protesters, activists, whistleblowers, that's who they're after. And
I must have that personality type because I've never done those things. But of course, if the push came to shove, I would be happy to be, because I'm all for justice and what's right. Always have been, and what's fair.
Sola, could you take over for 2 minutes, just while I grab a cup? Thank you.
I think my mother was targeted, and she said when I just want to tell her that my mother was targeted in the 80s, and she got synthetic telepathy. And so it's the second generation, and we don't know why.
Wow.
Is this Marilyn? I was targeted in the 70s. They grabbed me as a baby and took me to a military base. I was abducted, basically. And my grandparents got me off of there the next day. It was CIA. It was the CIA. And it was Project Paperclip. And when I was a teenager, they returned.
Hi, Hookie.
And my grandparents, who raised me from birth, both died tragic deaths, and they were both covered up state level with witnesses.
What state?
And they came after me again as a teenager and did some wild things to me. They had a secret space program, and they had mind control down pat during World War II. If you go read Dr. Robert Duncan, he was a CIA Department of Defense contract scientist, excuse me, and he worked at a lot of places, including DARPA. And there are DARPA whistleblowers, and I'm adamant, I'm targeted, and I've been targeted for 22 years, and I believe it's they're using the sentient world simulation. It's the NSA. They went out of their way to let me know it was them and DARPA. And then they chased me out of town. The military, I followed them. They came off military bases. Maryland, North Carolina, it was Fort Bragg. And
oh my God.
In Florida, they were coming off the NSA ramp.
That's where it started for me, was Florida, unless it was when I was an infant in Pennsylvania.
There's a lot of, it seems like Florida's, well, they got the NSA down there in around Orlando, and I think up around Jacksonville, and then you got Southern Command, because I'm pretty sure North Command's involved as well as NORAD, NASA. And that
so college makes sense then.
Well, I know a DARPA employee, and he had to flee for his life, and he was targeted, William Ross.
But how do you flee?
If you go read Dr. Robert Duncan, he tells us what they're using and who it is. And recently he came out with another video he did, and he clearly shows, I took a screenshot, and he shows all the different divisions that are involved, you know, and if you match that up with Brian Kofer, who I've listened to a lot, he worked for a security firm. So it's secret, and then the UN just put out some papers on targeting.
Chris, look. He's a crook, Chris. Write that down somewhere. You keep bringing him up.
Duncan's a crook?
I didn't say Duncan.
Oh, that's why I'm asking. I meant that in a question. You didn't mean Duncan.
No.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
I didn't mean that.
Okay.
I meant the other gentleman that she mentioned.
Okay, I didn't even catch it. Okay.
Okay. Scylla, do you have any viewpoints on this?
I'm shocked that that intelligence officer was speaking about all that. I kind of missed the video a little bit that you played, and I'm going to have to view it again.
I have a question. I just called late, so thank God because I'm hearing about this. But wouldn't that particular person who now is on tape recording saying these things, isn't he going to be targeted, or something terrible is going to happen?
Seems like he already is.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Yes.
Saying,
Go ahead, Saul.
just from what I saw, it seems like he already is.
Oh, that didn't sound good. I don't know where it came from. Yeah, there's a lot of different opinions. Scylla has a very good background on what's going on, and she is very heavily targeted, and also someone who you should listen to, like Marilyn and Chris, and altogether they've come from different avenues of targeting, but it's still the same target. Go ahead, Scylla.
With my targeting? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why I've been targeted. I believe it's my ex-boyfriend and his sister, but I witnessed something with his sister bringing up witnesses, bringing up being a witness. I witnessed something in a way, but it wasn't anything like, harmful or, nothing really, really bad, but it could end a marriage because it was cheating. My relationship didn't end well either for 12 years, but not a lot do. We weren't married, but we were together for 12 years. It didn't end well, but a lot of marriages don't end well.
Right.
But my targeting is wake-ups all night. Unless I take a lorazepam, then that helps. But I'm not into the lorazepam. I don't have many. That's just once in a great while. A lot of VDK. All the words are attached. So I listen to a lot of music. Pulses throughout my whole body. Never stops. Feet. Someone had mentioned something about the arm felt like it was grabbed a little. I was getting that for a while. Like someone's grabbing sort of like your almost your shoulder. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I'm new to the call. I've been on. I was trying to listen in and find the right time to interject because I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
Oh, that's
but,
okay.
I've been on Ella's call. I've been on James Leonard's call. I've been heavily targeted in Dallas for the last few years, and I have done. I built a Faraday cage with EMF paint. I bought hats from Lambs, glasses, you name it, and I'm still being heavily inundated with EMF, with microwave, And my question is there another level to the shielding that I can do? Because I feel like I've kind of maximized what I'm doing now, and, all the different, retail outlets and calls, et cetera, I don't feel like are addressing my concerns at this point. So I know you guys are kind of maybe more well-versed in this situation than and I'm just trying to find out, is there anything else I can do?
Okay. There is a gentleman. His name is Dave Case. He puts out what he calls an anti-tinnitus CD / VTK. And the website is https://antitinnitusv2k.com. And I've just put that in the chat. You can put it in there again. The chat's moving a little bit.
Okay.
It's in there again. https, you'll see.
://
antitinnitus v2k.com. Or just Google Dave Case, and you will find it.
Yes, I've been to his site, and I looked at purchasing the CD, but I thought that as far as this shielding, it has to be something like physical, like clothing or something of that nature.
Well, that's nice, but I have not found anything yet. If you want to try, if you have the money, go to lessemf.com.
Yes,
I've
ordered.
Okay, now a lot of people have. The only problem is I have not found anything in myself personally that works.
Okay. Even the bone conduction headphones through after.
No,
because
the next thing that I'm going to try is the neurophone, which is the origin of V2K.
Okay.
I have the bone conducting headphones, and they're hanging on the wall. I mean, I think one weird thing, and the misogyny and the hatred for masculinity, the hatred for men and women. Dr. Catherine Horton, when she first attacked her stalkers who were preying on her, she had done research and noticed that there were a lot of gay men involved in these secret groups. And the hive that's attacking me, and this is not about anti-gay politics. A lot of these men are gay in the hive that are torturing me. The worst torturer is a gay guy. A lot of bisexual men. They don't like women, and they tend to go after masculine men. And I wonder, like,
good night.
The holographic images that I see involve, and they do holographic pornography in the hive. It's up to 30 people, even more people. And they join hives in particular times when TIs are asleep, and they do this hardcore, satanic pornography. And it's pedophilia, and it's mainly gay, and it's rape of women, and just over the top sexuality about women, and making a mockery of the woman. And I mean, it's brutal, the sexism and the hatred for men.
Well, and
I
for
just
women.
don't get it.
I've noticed that also through no matter where I am.
Do they do
also,
that, Marilyn, when they're asleep? When you're asleep? Is that when they?
When I'm asleep, when I'm awake, they just did it while I was painting. They climbed inside my skull so I can't hear them. And these men, I was splitting wood, because whenever someone in the neighborhood gets their tree chopped, me and my friend, we go grab the wood and we bring it, because we do fires. And the fireplace. And so I'm splitting the wood because the weather was nice. And it was just this hatred. How dare you as a woman do something masculine? You know, they hate children. They like to go after single women with children. If you get to it's just a weird attack. I don't get it.
I'm just so
they
grateful
want
to hear.
polyamorous, and they want you to allow them to videotape you having sex or something. Like you know, there's this. It's a lot of covert stuff. This guy that I dated for like 6 years owed 9 AT&T stores, and I just searched his phone number in like a pen search. Anyhow, it connects to Clear Vision. Clear Vision is a company that, you know, they're looking at you through the freaking phone. He's a freaking pervert. And some other guy just related to like Mary Kay, and I found out, you know, through investigation. I'm like, that doesn't really look like him. You know, he had all these broken capillaries, and I realized Kay is his middle name, Kay. Mary Kay. He was wearing foundation. The man was a freak. And so, no, he because he was lying to me, because he didn't like me because I'm a damn girl. You think he satisfied me? Absolutely not. I'm tired. You know, I just say for to be celibate, then find yourself getting your heart ripped out and broken and jerked around. They build you up. They come after you like you're this wonderful thing. They love you. You're awesome. You're funny. You're this. You're that. And then all of a sudden, they don't talk to you. They just disappear. Or, you know, it's just so weird. You know, heavy, hot and cold.
Because then the synthetic telepathy, the R&M, when you look, they look to large group of these like 10 black guys are stalking me right now in my brain. They're terroristic, and they look through my eyes. If I kiss my boyfriend, they see him, and they if I even attempt to do something sexual, which I rarely do, and I'm afraid I'm going to lose them, because they swarm the bedroom, you know, or the couch, or whatever, the shower. It is a hatred of women and men. I mean, it's just pure hatred, and it's unfortunate that. And I'm sorry for anyone who's going through that, like R&M showers where you're closing your eyes because they can see through your eyes. They harass you. TIs are taking showers in shorts. There's lots of men that aren't going to come. Lots of men who are TIs are getting raped by other men.
I've been physically
and they're not
raped.
going to think. Well, they're doing. I'm sorry that happened, and that's tragic.
I mean, but
for
real,
they are
like by a man.
Well, in R&M, they're remotely raping like millions of men around the world, and they're turning them into cowards. They're trying to make the man weak and the woman weak, so they can take over our lives and our brains and make a fool out of us. If they take the man and turn him into a coward, we're fucked as women, because we need each other.
We need a hero.
These military perverts will have sex with other men. They will rape. There was a Mexican girl who just joined the military, and there was a general that or sergeant who raped her and killed her in the military.
You keep saying R&M. What do you mean? What does R&M stand for?
Remote neural monitoring.
Oh. Okay.
I just muted her by accident. I was going to mute somebody else. So, *6, Marilyn.
I'm sorry. So are we allowed to ask questions or not?
Oh, go right ahead. That's why we're here.
Okay. So I noticed a lot of people started talking about hives and people looking through their eyes and stuff like that. So just for those of us who don't know exactly what that is, can you guys be more specific with the phenomenon and then start explaining what's happening to you? Because if you don't, then we have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, most of us experience it.
Yeah, nobody's
so
looking through my eyes.
Is it like a form of a vision, or what when you say experience it, what is it?
Okay, you familiar with your visual cortex? They access that.
I'm not surprised. This is physiophysics that they're looking at our molecular structure and trying to change it, as you were talking about some kind of like teletransportation, I think you were speaking of earlier.
No.
Can I give an example that might be concrete for this gentleman to understand the vision thing?
Mostly it's done with your left eye, I've been told. So if you wake up and your left eye hurts, somebody said, or maybe Terry, that...
Okay. What they do is, from a satellite or an installation, whatever the platform may be, we believe it's satellites, so I'm not going to say it's definitely satellites. They access the rear part of your head, and they go through there, and they access your visual cortex. They access your audio cortex. They access your tactile regions. This is why many people get attacked sexually, and people have a really hard time believing them. Well, I get attacked sexually, all right? So there's a lot more guys out there that are, too, and they're not coming forward. And I know why.
I'm definitely one of them.
Okay.
So this all falls under the B2K, correct? This falls under the blanket of B2K?
No.
Well, K stands for voice to skull, okay? And that was coined in the military. I would say that that's not what it is. I would say it was under the umbrella of remote neural monitoring, moreover.
Frank, don't you think it's the peripheral nervous system, your muscles and your peripheral nerves, as opposed to being able to go directly to the brain? I think it's too hard. The bandwidth is too high.
Okay, how do they access your sight then? I'm just asking.
They have cameras, and they're pointed in the same direction your eyes are looking, and they can make it look as though they're looking through your eye.
What about if you're in the middle of the forest camping? Okay, where are these cameras?
Yeah, I don't know.
There you go. Marilyn ducked out. I don't know why, but she ducked out of this, and she started it. So I'm looking for Marilyn here.
Can someone speak on the possibility of people being targeted as children? Could this have started in your childhood? Is that viable? I hear that. Is that viable?
I can speak on
that.
Then
how would you know?
I can speak on that. Some targeted children are targeted from the wound. I am living proof. They start doing really strange things, start happening, and that's a big question to discuss with your mother about any form of behavior, bad behavior, a little shyness, being bullied, being teased by siblings as well as school children.
Those are some questions. You can ask your mother if she's still alive. I hope she is. If you had any abnormal behavior as a baby, a newborn baby, if you latched on, if you sucked bottles, the weight of you, just a million questions that could cover your curiosity of whether or not it started with you as a baby and as a child, and at what age did things start looking different to you? I hope that helps you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. Has anyone heard anything about mind control experimentation from St. Elizabeth Hospital in Washington, D.C. back in like the early 80s? Has anyone heard anything about St. Elizabeth Hospital in Washington?
Are you the gentleman who is trying to bring suit against that particular entity?
Okay.
Oh, are you? No, I just want to know if you are, because if you're not, I know somebody else.
Oh, you're asking if I'm trying to bring suit?
Yes.
No, I'm not trying to bring suit. It's just when I was doing research, I heard about the experiment at St. Elizabeth Hospital, and I'm trying to figure out if mine is related to that, because my mother was at St. Elizabeth, and when I was 12 years old, I went to visit her there for 2 weeks, and the rest of my siblings are not experiencing the targeting. So I'm trying to find some correlation with my targeting as to what I might have done that they did not do, and the only thing I can determine is at 12, I went to see my mother at St. Elizabeth, and then I heard that there were, like you said, lawsuits and other people complaining that back in the 80s, they were experimenting with mind control with some of the patients, and my mother was there in the 80s, and I'm just trying to figure out if that may have some, some significance to why I'm being targeted. I'm just, trying to make some kind of correlation there.
I can make correlation to the last two stories, and I may have had some kind of cochlear implant in my ear as a young girl. I remember my mother going, "You rotten little bitch, I'm going to teach you." Anyhow, apparently at one point, no, she wasn't maybe talking to me, but about me, and I was the smartest kid, blah, blah, whatever. Now she wouldn't even admit that. And I was reading through my medical notes, and I wish I could understand all these abbreviations and whatnot, but she was telling me I was going to the doctors for my feet, the dermatologist, but when I was reading through the notes, it's all about some rash on my face. And one day I spiked this horrible fever, and I ran across the street to the neighbor's house. My mother was at bingo or something, I don't know, and I went into convulsions there on the ground. And so all these medical notes and stuff is maybe around that same time. And so I really want to get with an expert to look at my medical notes. My mother's British, and she ain't talking. She was part of this cosmopolitan club, and she was smart enough. In England, they you either go out into a trade at 16 years old, or you're allowed to be promoted to college to study things, and they wanted her to be a physiologist. Well, that is about biological, cellular change and structural shit. Now, she never copped to that education, but I'll tell you, weird shit's happened to me my entire life, and she made me an Alice in Wonderland cake once when I was 9. Anyhow, but then St. Elizabeth's Mental Institution, I did like 500 window treatments for them, and I spent about a couple months there doing the installation. That was a nightmare. The contractor tried to rip me off, but trust me, I didn't let him get away with that. I'm like, wasn't that a government official in your office on some day when I saw like your project manager with a stack of cash 3 inches tall? Anyhow, 2 days after I made that comment to him, I got paid. But they're trying to rip me off like 30 grand. Anyhow, I live in poverty now. I'm sorry, I don't want to keep taking over, but I can relate to all you people so much. It's like, I'm home, But yeah, very weird being on that facility, and is that an extension of what's happened to me? I was once invited to a Groupon date at iHeart Massage in McLean, Virginia, and there were two ladies in there with a couple massage. I was in with a guy named Robert Schwartz, and all of a sudden I didn't see feet under his table, and I was scratched and pricked, and 2 days later I have a picture of pus coming out of that prick. And I do think that there was something put in on me at that occasion, too. So I think I'm a walking beacon. And, dugong, whatever. My life's bizarre. Too many stories that can't, But it's been going on since 1998 when I disclosed my invention. And I realized I was being targeted in 2009, and I couldn't find any help. But it connects to lawyers across the nation. The legal community sticks together, and I've not been able to get help. I've been disadvantaged, so I couldn't make those, those gloves myself. Corporations support the government, and within the government, I believe there's good people, but there's bad people, and they are. The haves and the have-nots, they're picking the winners and the losers. And I believe you're right, Frank, when you say they come after people who are smart, people who are truth tellers, whistleblowers. We are people with integrity, and that's our challenge. But it's our civic duty to be speaking up, and I thank God that I've been, directed to you. I'm a Yankee. I did my first 16 in Connecticut. And, a Navy brat, that's where all this weird technology, where I had that, strange, my mother says this, and I recently read these medical notes. So in the past 6 months, I've made all these connections. We've got Freemasons, Christians. Oh, my God, it's ridiculous.
What about Freemason and Christian?
Can somebody else tell me this stuff, sorry?
What about Freemason and Christian?
Oh, yeah. The Freemasons, a lot of the people who have targeted me and played this street theater with me and are my frenemies are Christians.
That's a good word.
Freemasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me interject something. This has not ever been religion related, ever. The targets, if you want to call it religion, I will call it random.
Okay, but it's institutional, it's group wide, and across the street, this man, he's a Pentecostal preacher, and I was in a Bible study call anyhow. I with Coach Dungy and James Brown for about a year. I'm in this shed. I've got my industrial sewing machines, the ornaments my kids made me. They're two grown men. One's in the Navy. One just gave me a grandchild. And I look up at this gentleman, and I go, hey, I was at this family picnic for this Bible study I was in Oxon Hill, Maryland, and you look like the drummer. And he goes, yes, I'm Charles Peterson, Pastor Peterson's son, 1,000 miles away, okay? A little more than coincidental where I shattered my wrist was in a Pentecostal priest's driveway, and he was my landscaper and harassing me every day for 4 years and 11 months while I lived there. But after moving 4 or 5, a dozen times in a half dozen years, I was too exhausted to move, and I just sit there and I took it. But I've got a lot of evidence, and I believe if I have some help kicking over the rocks, I can help. I'm not crazy. I can help this group of people, and we need more people like me. That's why I'm asking these questions and very curious. And I'd like you to ask God at night when you lay down to sleep, am I Is it because I'm a truth teller? Is whose truth? Who didn't like your truth? That's the question. And are you like the travel agent? That makes total sense. They hate women in business. And so we have to connect it to the corporations, because the corporations are who's going to pay us. $1 trillion a year multimedia games make. I want a piece of that for me and everybody. I don't deserve to live in my car. I'm having a good time, but please somebody else speak up and say yes. I'm an inventor. I'm a this.
Yes, everything you said is so on target, and I am on board. What is your name?
Gail Romiti.
Gail, this is Kim from Boston, and I can't tell you how much I agree with everything you just said.
Thank you.
We need to beat this, and we can. And I have an unbelievable amount of evidence as well. And they know that.
Can I ask
and
you guys
that's why
question?
they're trying to murder me.
Right?
Okay,
yeah.
so
it's definitely gay.
Hey, Frank, how long have you been a UTI?
a little over 9 years. Last October.
Goodness. Wow. 9 years. What is your email, Frank?
Frank at Targeted Massachusetts. Frank at targetedmassachusetts.org.
I commend you. Did you start that website?
Yes, I did. I started the organization in 2014.
Unbelievable. Fantastic.
Frank, can I give you my phone number? Because I tried calling your personal number. We connected once, and after I made that one call, I can't get through to your number again. May I give you the number where I am? Can I give you the number where I am so I can connect with you?
Be wary.
Go ahead.
Sorry, what? Be leery? What?
Go ahead.
All right.
She'll be fine.
It's already completely impossible. The phone, nothing worse could happen. If you can get through, it's 831 area 294.
294.
Oh no, I made a mistake. 831. Sorry, 39. No, God, this is my brain. I'm sorry. Okay. Now there's an echo. 831 394 3321. And the extension is 216.
216?
Yeah. I just have to make a desperate comment about you guys being able to collect evidence. I don't get to hold on to a piece of paper that's important on any level for single night. They come in during the night and take whatever I've gotten that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
We save evidence for over 100 people now. And it's safe. It's backed up. Nobody gets to see it. We have incredible software to protect us.
I wish I would have known you guys way back when I had evidence left and right. Incredible, but yeah. Oh well. Do any of you know somebody that, like, I know these terrible stories, but I hear someone physically still well enough to carry wood?
Hey.
That's awesome. Is there anybody out there that is so just so destroyed physically that they're barely able to keep themselves alive that I could connect with? Do you all know of anybody that's at that point?
Everybody, at one point or another, is okay.
Everybody.
I have a technology suggestion. I don't know if you have your hard drive or wherever you had your things stored in the past, but they had totally deleted everything on the cloud for me. I had 50 gigabytes of how-to videos for drapery and all these graphics I did. My websites are all down. I was getting 1,200 hits a day and no sales. They're stealing, jacking off my stuff. So, anyhow, I'm trying to learn how to build my own website. But, shoot, my point here is with the disks, the hard drives, they say it's not if your information gets lost on your backup disk, but when.
Of course.
So I'm heavily into crystals and just God energy. And I took these disks, my time machine and my external hard drive, and I leaned them up against a terminated crystal. It was raw. And I sat it there for 3 days, and don't you know, I got all my information back. But I just thought, one of the reasons I'm sleeping out of my car is because I bought a computer for school instead of paid rent, right? There's not enough for both. So, but I couldn't, all those information, it was dead. I couldn't get it off those drives. My Mac was a 2008. Anyhow, I couldn't make the connection, but I healed it. I healed those hard drives with the crystals, just pointing their energy, God energy through it. Anyhow, if you got your stuff, give it a try.
I can't even connect with I'm on Wi-Fi right now, homeless, and I checked into a hotel when it got cold. And I can't get on the internet and even see on the screen what's actually on the internet. They put stuff on the screen when they want me to get a phone number to call. They've got me completely hemmed in everywhere. And has anybody, thank you, has anybody, and who else would understand any of this but you guys, has anybody ever been framed for a crime? Because that's the way I'm being treated. Like white on rice, this.
They've tried. Got to stay ahead of them. God talks to me for real.
Hello?
How do you stay ahead of them? I mean,
hello.
You just have to be aware, and
I just had a question. I'm sorry.
Well, because God has your back.
Amen. Yeah. No, you just have to believe in you.
You let go. You just let go and give it to him. You have to.
Let go and give God. Let God.
And when you do that and you truly believe that, and it sounds like maybe you may not be religious, like when you say, how do you do that? Just start doing it. Just start. It's a mustard seed if you don't believe. But
God, it's a universe. And God and Jesus is just like Buddha and Krishna, it's an astrological story. And I believe Jesus walked the earth, and he's a moral, but he's somebody that you want to strive to be like, but he's your brother, and you have the same God-given healing abilities within you to heal yourself and to know
yourself. The Holy Spirit in you.
And we're living in an echo chamber. That's why I just ask God. I go to bed. I ask God something. Now, I'm a high school dropout at one point. Now I have been in college and made the dean's list, but I got those 2 U.S. utility patents, and I believe that Socrates was whispering in my ear. How the hell did I
you're a smart woman. It's not about a piece of paper.
No, but it was God. I was working beyond my knowledge, beyond my capabilities. So that's why, ask for protection. Pay attention to your space. Make sure you're breathing. So
even if you don't believe, just say, you know what? I believe.
And we stop breathing, and then we can't pay attention if we're not involved into the ebb and flow of the earth and paying attention to our surroundings. We have to realize that we're animals and pay attention to our senses. They're trying to dumb us down and make us sheep, and that's the real deal.
Okay, guys, I think Nancy has been trying to speak for a long time. That's the way it looks. Nancy, you want to speak?
Nancy doesn't believe in God, so she went away.
No, Nancy believes in God. Don't say things like that. Nancy probably doesn't want to speak because she doesn't want to speak and her mic's open. That's all. You shouldn't say things like that.
Okay.
Thank
Frank,
you, Frank.
I'm calling from Orlando. I've been targeted for last 2 years. I'm getting like induced dreams and sleep deprivation. I'm a software consultant. I don't know how I got into this one. It has been happening in my life for last 2 years. Yes. Question is, what is the future of this affected person? Is there any way that government is going to look into, or what is the future?
Government is looking into it, and we had news tonight of the CIA being attacked by Russia. And they came right out with the words, directed energy pulsed weapons, microwave weapons. So things are looking very, very good. And that came out on PBS.
Okay, but we are only ordinary people. So why we are being attacked? And that would be some private agency that they have grabbed these devices, electronic devices, under the through the gray market. And then we are talking about the country to country, but why ordinary people are getting affected? What is the protection for the people like us?
The protection for people like us right now is zip, okay? But it's coming around. The more of us who gather, the more of us who form groups, the more of us who complain. Now, we have a congressional letter that is going to Congress right after December 31st, probably on the 2nd of January. So, write me at frank@targetedmassachusetts.org if you'd like to get your name added to that. Okay? But I know who you are, and I just saw the 404 number, and I recognize you. I've spoken to you before. So we will speak again. I will give you a buzz tomorrow. I can?
Okay. Yes. I do remember. Yes. Thank you very much. And what about kind of is there any protection? I'm not talking about the police protection or anything. There is nothing available in the world avoiding this kind of electronic waves or any kind of spectrum waves. So far, it has not invented or anything. I'm just asking this curious question. How come this doesn't exist in the world for last 30 years?
Well, let me tell you something, okay? I believe they are using scalar waves. Now, scalar waves will go right through the Earth and come out the other side. So, if this is in fact scalar waves, you can buy the best Faraday cage you want and stay in it, but they will still get to you. Okay, what we have to do is stop it at the attack level. And that means stopping it at the government level. And it seems the CIA has been attacked by Russia. Now, I have said that it has been a foreign power for a long time, either China or Russia. And I've always said I do not like to think that this is my own country targeting me. And I believe that this could be Russia. They did it in 1976 on July 4th. They've done it again in the past. They have irradiated the Moscow U.S. I'm being stepped on right now. The embassy, I'm sorry. So they irradiated the Moscow embassy. And in 1976, on July 4th, they sent a signal to the United States that was repulsive. And now they have done it to the CIA. So things that have been kept dark are coming into the light. And we can thank many different things. We can thank, unfortunately, the Cuban crisis with our diplomats, and the China crisis with our diplomats in China. And if you look at the archives on our site, you will find all the information about what happened in China and what happened in Russia. And that's targetedmassachusetts.org. And it's a serious situation, but it is coming to a head to the point where their own technology is destroying them. So look to the future, because we all have a bright future. Go ahead.
How do you fit into your equation from your viewpoint, which I like hearing? So much obvious military people are involved in what's happening to me in my immediate surroundings. I'm in a thick area where probably most of the working population is military in this town, and that's somebody knocking at my door. I can't mute my phone, but I'm going to try to make it silent, and I'll be back. Let me try to bury it under a bunch of stuff here. Sorry, you guys. Be right back.
Because these technology right now can get to the wrong people hands, and they can do it. It is not like a very difficult to get to the wrong people. That's what I think, because I come from technology background. We should not think of this as a very big scale. This is something like one can buy a gun from the store, one can get it from the gray market or the black market. So it is so easy as it is. So we should not always think of the government is doing something like that. Any private agency or a private people can capable of doing this harassment to anyone. You got it?
Yes, I see what you're saying, and I've said before too. Any weapon that we have, that the government has, can be in private citizens' hands or other countries' hands, or the gray market or the black market. In this case, we may have websites that are owned and controlled by Russia that look exactly like what an American site would look like, untraceable on the dark web. And they say something like this: want to get back at your neighbor? Do you want to punish your girlfriend? Has your boyfriend cheated on you? And they just have questions like that on the front. And when you go inside, it's all about targeting. And
I know. Yeah.
I don't know if it costs anything.
They are using artificial intelligence kind of thing. It can make the decision on its own automatically. It doesn't require the people interaction. Yes.
What I believe is this: people control it, but the system that drops the thoughts into your head, the little tiny slices that you hear that aren't yours, or feel that aren't yours, or see that aren't yours, those are dropped in by computer, I believe, because they match things together. They hook things together, like a movie and an event. They hook things like this together, and some of them don't make any sense, others don't make any sense. But I'm sure you've had this happen to you.
Yes.
For sure. Can anybody speak to the gases, the poisonous gases, which have just begun for me in the last year that I've been aware of, perhaps longer, but I wasn't aware of it? Even my home and in hotel rooms, wherever I'm trying to sleep, and they make you so sick. It's frightening. I've had to call the paramedics.
They can make you smell different things. They can make you smell acetone. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's there.
No.
They can make you smell it, and they can make you feel the same feelings that you would get if you smelled it. But as far as a delivery method for acetone or benzene, gasoline, show me the delivery method. That's what I'd have to see.
Well, I know. No, Frank, mine always comes in through the plumbing. Like in a hotel, it's always through the plumbing or an exhaust fan that goes up to the roof of where I'm staying. For sure. No, this is real. This is real. It always starts in the bathroom. Always.
I have evidence of the plants that were in front of me. I was sitting out on my porch here in Florida pretty much all year round. Anyhow, these plants that went up this trellis just in front of me, they were always spotted and very sickly looking. And I have a lot of that kind of evidence, too, and evidence of I ended up calling the police or because my neighbor was burning plastic, and I walked outside, and my entire porch was like this white smog, and I started coughing, and the next day I had a pustule pop in my throat. So I actually went to the doctor, and they didn't take a culture or anything, but I made a note of,
okay, Gail, right now, or tomorrow morning, go to Janet Hall, janethall.com, and submit a hair sample to her, because if there are any chemicals in your system, the first place they will be recorded is in your hair. She will demand, I believe, an inch-long swath of your hair, including roots. So you can, I'm not sure if you can.
That's why they keep dyeing my hair. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't care what you do to them. You're not going to wash these chemicals out.
Well, I was told if they put hair color on, they can't do the test. I tried to get my hair samples done. They said hair color makes it so they can't do it. And I'm wondering why they're always putting hair color on my head.
Especially if you bleach, it will change the molecule structure of it. But, I mean, if it, they're just...
Who's putting hair color on here?
But I got hair. I got
for real. They leave the towels behind with the hair color on. They come into my house or my room. There's not a single thing I can do or barricade that they can't get through. I rarely get through a night where someone has not been in my home or my hotel room.
See, what I won't do here is doubt you. I won't doubt you.
Oh gosh, I've proven this for 11 or 12 years.
Okay, well,
yeah, this is real.
Have you ever sprinkled talcum powder on the floor on your entrances and exits to see?
And they vacuumed it up. Yeah, they vacuumed it up. I woke up
and
it was
vacuumed it up.
Yep. I put up a remote camera, and it was gone the next morning. Went to the monitor that was in an acquaintance's car, and it was all fuzz. They brought a jammer because they knew it was up. I don't do anything. They don't know. Nothing.
Yeah. The camera won't work because they can electronically destroy it. Then no electronic device that you can use it like a camera or anything video capturing. So you have to have some kind of physical. Yeah.
When I showed forced entry, I have something important to say to you guys.
Video cameras with switching, which will record, and the minute the recording is over, it will disconnect from whatever the device is. So you have to get the good stuff.
They took the camera, though. They stole the camera.
Oh, they took the...
They took the camera. That's the first thing I noticed.
Yeah, and then, when you're targeted like that, it's just ridiculous. For a month, I bought the Ring camera on my front doorstep because they were doing those 3-point turns, a dozen a day for these Pokemon Go coming to grab the dugong mermaid, whatever. So I get this Ring on my doorstep. These freaks start doing the 3-point turn 15 feet to the left just off the camera. That's how much they were, just messing with me.
It's beyond
I'm like,
micro.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? But I do have witnesses that prove that, unless they get bought off or afraid to testify, have confirmed. Yeah, Gail, they were doing those 3-point turns there, driving you nuts, me nuts.
You guys, I have a really important thing to say about evidence and what happened to me.
Let's. Right. Go ahead. Let's go.
Okay, please understand that. Before I understood that the police in these particular cities were absolutely 100% my enemy because I couldn't grasp it because earlier in my life they weren't. So I was getting evidence, and I had evidence of forced entry. And the more evidence I gave to the police, the worse that they didn't want to help me. And I began realizing, okay, they're not your friends anymore. And then I thought I'd give it one last try because I woke up really sick, and I had these raised lumps in my arm, and they were red-hot red and swollen for days. And there was forced entry. They stole my cell phone. So I called the police, thinking, well, if I show them all this, maybe they'll help me. No. He said, is there any evidence of forced entry? And I said, yes. Would you like to see it? And he immediately threw cuffs on me and took me down for a 5150. So I would be very careful. Don't use the police for your evidence. I guess you guys already know that, though. Hello?
We're here.
Oh, okay. Anyway, just be careful about who you say that you have evidence to, because that could be a really dangerous thing. I mean,
that happened to me one time. They broke my door in my last apartment. They shattered all the wood on the door. You could tell that it was kicked in. I called the police. I said, well, somebody broke in my door. Look, the wood's all tore up. Do you know it took the police 3 hours to get to my house? And before they came to my house, because I showed two of my neighbors it, I don't think they cared though, they had put a metal plate over the part that looked like they had kicked it in. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And the police told me, he says, looks like you did this. Yeah. He says, well, if we find anybody that did this, would you want them to go to jail? And I said, yeah. He kind of said something really weird. I'm like, am I telling him that I want to go to jail because it looks like something I did? This program is very weird.
It's wicked. It's evil.
It's very, very weird. There are so many. They cover up so much, and they do it so quickly. They are the biggest pickpocketers ever.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can have your keys in a pocket of your jacket or your shirt. Mm-hmm. Your keys can come up missing. Yep. You be looking for them, and the next thing you know, guess where they are? They're back in your pocket. Mm-hmm. It's meant to make you look crazy. I'm going to mute.
Yep.
Hey, Frank, I wanted to ask a question just to retract a little bit, not to throw things off too much, but when you were saying about them dropping, because I can feel when the computer and the stuff to my head is dropping in a file, like you were just saying. I can feel when that's happening, and some of it doesn't make any sense at all. Like 90% or more of the time doesn't make sense because they don't make sense. But it seems like they're trying to accumulate a scenario, or they're trying to link some things up. Do you get that feeling, or what's your take on that?
Well, they do. They try and link things up. A song with a place, that place with something else. They will do just about anything.
It seems like they're trying to keep you on a loop, or like entrainment. They're trying to keep you entrained or on some loop.
That's why I recommend Dave Case's CD, because it is very good for breaking temporarily that entrainment.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Frank, I was thinking about the dark web, and I thought about what you said today, if you want to get even with someone. And so I kind of looked that up, and you have to be careful when you type in on your computer, just, for obvious reasons. So R&M to have like a large group of people spy on you. I think this is bigger than the word gang stalking or targeted individual. We might be approaching this in a childlike manner. I think we have some. I think sometimes it is an average pervert that has the computer program, and the government hitches a ride on it, and maybe they developed the dark web at the military base, and then bait the sickos, and then they torture us, and then people watch it like snuff films. Mm-hmm. And so when people are looking through, see, this is why I chose to get medication. And I don't believe everyone should try this. It depends on your targeting. But the man that said remote neural monitoring, like what it means, your entire body is being shared with a hive of other people, while the entire group is hooked up to a computer. So you're basically interacting with each other in the most intimate way, more intimate than sex or rape. It's almost like they can kill you. It's almost death on some level.
It's a takeover. It's a complete takeover. Like we're robots.
Doesn't that have something to do with brain ID? They can do a brain ID on you and sell it? Because I read a lot about it too.
Right. So we try to imagine, some of us try to imagine, that's the NSA and so-and-so is doing this. This might be common technology, and we're just not computer geeks. So if you are a computer geek and you are listening and you're targeted, this is basically, how do you, if I called Lockheed Martin today and I said, look, I understand that you're involved. I don't know if you're involved in my case, in my group that's targeting me, but I want you to fucking stop, and I want you to get police. I want you to police the RNO, because these people they're pedophiles, and I'm fighting 20 men with one brain. I can't do this anymore. And so that means there's people that are watching, that they watch. When I was in college, I did a paper on snuff films, and because I was being rebellious, I got tired. I was at Black University, and I was kind of bored with it. And they said, pick a subject, and I said, women who are abused and these, kidnapped. So you get kidnapped in R&M. These creepy old dudes that kidnap women. And you remember in the 70s and 80s, now they do it with remote neural monitoring. Yep. And it's a group, and they treat us like pedophile victims. Like, I feel like a kid. I even bought a stuffed animal. I started acting like a child, and I thought, what's going on? They were going into the memories. They're hiring pedophiles to do this shit. And there's not, spirituality is not enough. This is war, and I've had enough. But they're mind hacking you and looking at you with your childhood friends when you're sleeping. So I wake up and it's like, why are you looking at this memory of this girl? And they were jerking off they jerk off to each other's memories of children. And they do it compulsively. Okay. So my point is that one of the persons is a registered sex offender. So my point is that the dark web and the military-industrial complex and criminals are collaborating, and it might be bigger than gang stalking, targeted individual. That this is, and I don't know the language. I don't have the training in my brain, and I don't want to scare anybody, but this summer, the protests...
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The protests are going to be starting again. Every summer, there's protests. And we should be in front of the media. This is our time to prepare for the summer. We should not be thinking about Black Lives Matter or any other ism. This is the biggest thing that ever happened on the planet. Besides, you know what I mean?
Marilyn,
it's big.
Share that with you. Would anybody like to jump in the conversation and share with Marilyn?
Yeah.
Hi, Frank.
Hello.
I would. Hey, Frank, it's Lily.
Go ahead.
Hi, Lily. How you doing?
Hey, how are you tonight?
Very good, thank you. Very
I
good.
checked in with you.
Yeah, it's a good day. I haven't checked in with you. How things go Monday?
They seem to went really well. Yeah. It seems to be a really good call. I love it. We have a lot of interesting information comes through, and people are talkative, and for the most part, everybody seems to work together. We try to keep it real encouraging, like you, and so on and so forth. But I was gonna just talk to Marilyn about what she's talking about. So you gotta. I think Frank, when Frank, you talk about the profoundness of this, and the fact that Frank talks about how if you leave the country, you get targeted no matter where you go. And so we have to stick with what we know. And what we do know is, what I can tell from what everybody talks about on these calls, is we all experience different versions of the same thing. We all tend to have the same kinds of similar gang stalking, if you will, fear tactics, military-style torture tactics, such as sleep deprivation, for example. We all get the entrainment beat in our ears, which is a form of, it seems like medically it'd be tinnitus, but it's really these frequencies.
Maybe some don't. Sorry.
Pardon?
Maybe some people don't get a beat in their ears. Maybe they get a steady noise. Boy, I'm going to have to do some tracking down here.
There's something wrong with your connection, Frank.
Yeah,
you're very
I know.
You're very muffled.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
We've got a lot of... How's that? A lot better?
Sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds like you're really close to your microphone. So, I think we have to stick with what we know, and it's evident at this point in the game where we can't get deceived by what they want us to think it is. We have to look at the big picture and see what is similar, right? So our similarities are when we're not in compliance with being neutralized, and they want to neutralize our beliefs and our people. Some people use the word ego or sense of self. They want to, I think what they're, I know what they're, part of what they're trying to do for sure, is do cognitive modeling. So that means they'll do anything they can to break down anything that it seems like you're ashamed of, or they'll shock you and have super hormones run through your body. That's why they use such perverted ways of doing that to us, because it puts your body into a fight or flight mode. And so you've got to look at it like every single thing they do has either a psychological meaning to affect the way your brain reacts, how your body reacts, so that it has to do with the technology. And ultimately the goal is, Marilyn's definitely on the right track, is that this is a situation where they are connecting our minds to this. I believe it's a very vast array of, or a vast assortment of artificial intelligence groups that are connected. So there might be a massive, server system somewhere under, Cheyenne Mountain. I think there's another one in Switzerland, and maybe somewhere else in Europe on underground bases.
Don't say Cheyenne Mountain in somewhere in. You have to have facts on this. You have to have a link that you can.
Well, I look at all the websites for targeted justice and whatnot too. So they have like Bethesda on theirs, or a couple other ones, that do some of these nasty. So we know it's the military that's Lily,
right. I've tried to say for a long time that I hope this is not my country. Now tonight, for the first time at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, we were shown that the Russians did attack CIA agents on PBS. Okay? And,
that was in Australia, right?
Australia, correct. And that video is on our site. And it starts, if you go through, I think it's 25 minutes or 26 minutes into it, it says Russian attack. And you can just stop right there and hit play. And you'll listen to CIA agents' account.
I'm going to lose you. My shed's in a cell hole, so I'm going to just say goodnight because I know I'm about to lose you in about 10 seconds here.
Okay.
So I've enjoyed it, and if I can find a way to get on for free, I'm sure to come back and chat some more. I want to find some local people out here in
we're going to stream this. We're going to stream this to Targeted Massachusetts. You won't be able to react, but you will be able to at least listen.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hey, check out Zoom. That's a lot of fun.
Zoom's great.
So to continue our conversation,
videotape and testimony of people's stories.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Gail.
Good night. Good night, Gail. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you for your participation.
Thanks for the insight. I'll follow up.
Okay.
Now.
All right.
So to continue, Frank, with Australia. Yeah, it was most interesting. I can't wait to see your video. I'm glad TBS picked up on that story. It's really critical, and I think it will tie in nicely to, I'll see how it connects with Cuba and China, the embassies. But what was really important from what I've read about the CIA attack, is the two gentlemen who were attacked, Russia's rebuttal was that they were mentally unfit or mentally challenged, something. It had their rebuff was they discredited the CIA agent's mental stability.
That's
now. Well, you better watch the video.
I will. But classic discrediting. So I can't wait to see the video. I'm so glad TBS picked that up. I didn't know this, so this is really good. And that's what we're hoping for, is more stories like that to connect both the China and the Cuba, and then to tie it into Meltzer's report. So we really need investigative reporters, the good kind of journalists, that are willing to really dig deep and start connecting things and start saying, well, there's a population of people who've been complaining about this for 20 years. Maybe there's something to this. We have license.
Yeah, we can do that, and that's what we do. We research, we dig, until we get to the bottom of the rabbit hole.
Right. Well, I think that what's important is when finally an agency, a journalist agency that is like 60 Minutes or a PBS comes knocking, right? Then people like Frank Allen and all of the people with the documents and the experience and all of those things are going to be ready, right? Because that's what's I think are going to be our most valuable contribution, is having a group of people who are at the helm, if you will, of these programs with the documented evidence. Like, you do such a great job of recording everything, So back to the issue of why. So there's obviously so many programs and so many reasons why they practice their research and development on us with these neuroweapon systems. It gets, it can get really intimidating and really scary if we look at too big of a picture. Yeah. So I try to keep it realistic, but I'm always looking for the ultimate reason that they're doing the worst kind of torture.
Lily, we have been attacked 3 times by Russia. Once in 1976 on July 4th, all throughout the Cold War up until 1976, we were attacked in Russia.
The Moscow embassy, you mean?
American embassy. So we have clear evidence that Russia has previously attacked the United States. Okay, so I would start, and I am starting, to look very heavily at Russia and what they have built, what they have over there for antenna facilities, and what they have in orbit for satellites. That's what I am doing.
Well, it's not a stretch. I don't disagree with you that there would be an agenda if you have these neuroweapon systems. Let's just do hypothetical. You have these neuroweapon systems. We know this. We all started.
I hit that. I'm getting aggravated, so I hit that by accident.
Oh, you're getting aggravated? Is it me? I was going to talk Russia.
No.
What's the matter, Frank?
Oh, nothing. What I'm trying, the whole theme of the entire evening has been, I, as a citizen of the United States of America, do not want to believe that it is my own country that is doing this. They have however been caught experimenting, okay? All right? Yeah. They may not be doing it. So to say that they are, when the CIA comes right out with it, saying that their men have been attacked, it's starting to show me that I am quite possibly correct. But what I will say, we also have a private sector, and we also have private citizens who may have acquired access to a Russian site. You can make a website, look American, just like Apple Pie, if you want to, on the dark web. That's what I'm going to say, okay? And this is done through accessing the dark web. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I will say that, but I'm not going to have an argument all night long.
I don't disagree with you. I'm totally agreeing with you. I was just trying to expound on what you were saying, not disagree with you.
Frank, what do you mean about Russia?
I think.
What's their play in this?
I think the issue.
Russia has attacked us 3 times in the past. 1976, on our 200th birthday, Russia used the Duga antenna array, and they sent violent, terrible radio waves towards the West, towards us, okay, to try and mess up our July 4th. Then they have attacked our embassy in Russia. For years, we have sent new people to Russia, only to come out of there with cancers, because they were right across the street with their microwave weapons. Okay? Now we have a third attack in, we'll say, this is not totally true, but this is my opinion. I believe the Russians are responsible for attacking our embassy in Cuba. And I think I know the Russians are responsible for attacking these CIA agents with pulsed microwave weapons. So what more proof do we need? You have no proof that the United States government is doing it. Although
we've got games. How do you explain? Yeah, but see, the problem with that is we have these sophisticated networks of gang stalkers. which are American.
Right. All right.
So it doesn't. Listen. If Russia will have its own agenda with the neuroweapon systems, that's for certain. Obviously, I do believe that that's part of the reason why the CIA and the NSA are using their own citizens to practice on with these neuroweapon systems for research and development, because they want to ultimately have the upper hand in profiling people into this global system, that is accessible. Now, that being said, do I think that there could be, just like we have repeatedly heard about Russian doing all kinds of cyber assaults. Listen, I live in right, north of Massachusetts, right? And I am part of there's a Boston General, Dartmouth, UVM Medical Center, which is in Vermont, and then there's the CVPH, which is in upstate New York, and there's one other major medical group, might be Albany. We were cyber assaulted so badly 2 weeks ago, a month ago, 4 weeks ago now, I think, that all the computer systems have been down in all those hospitals, their whole PRISM system, all the way down to the satellite physicians' offices. So I've been talking to my neighbor who works for the hospital locally, and she said that it's this circle, those hospitals are all interlinked, by their computer system. So if I'm down in Boston and I get injured, I can go to Boston General. They'll pull up my medical records from my hospital. So they're all connected, right? It was the Russians. The Russians crashed the hospital systems. Have you guys heard? I don't know if you heard about this, but here in our hospital, everything has been down. I literally will call and speak to a nurse, and she's using a pen and paper. No kidding. So that was the Russians who did that. The Russians have infiltrated, there's no doubt about it, that they have the sophistication and the capabilities. I'm sure they have massive amounts of their citizens that are doing these things. Now, what does that mean for you and I? They're destabilizing our communities. Could they be doing other nefarious things with these technologies? I think there's a quiet neuroweapon system antagonistic war going on simultaneously with some of the programs that we've been involved with for 20-something years. So, we have to just keep it. Are Russians part of this? We want it to stop, absolutely. But, the assaults I get are in English. But if I start thinking it's the Russians, then I'll see a Russian room. So,
Hey, Lily?
AI.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The Russians, so Russia and China, Europe, South Africa, Israel, the Middle East, everybody's doing it. They all have headquarters for neuroscientists. They all they're constantly recruiting young people to be students to learn the science, to continue mind hacking us. But I think some TIs are different than other TIs. Some TIs are FISA. Some TIs are the dark web, which I think I am. And some are experiment for the medical community. And some are revenge. But it is a computer, and if we could, because I'm being pumped with hatred from black men who are psychotic.
Oh my
and
God.
I have scars on my head from DO.
Yeah,
so
the
directed energy weapons that are hitting me are not from Russia.
Right. Mine aren't either, because I've got too much of the consistent scenario, if you will, of 20-something years, and I heard my biggest clue that because I thought it was, I for certain was really thinking that this was just Russians disguised as American cowboys, half-cocked, with these neuroweapon systems. I heard a really good response to that issue from another American who's heavily into believing that this technology is being used by a group in Colorado through one of the military forces underground base there. But he said that this is really interesting. This was another TI, not a doctor or a scientist or anything. But this fellow TI said, if it were Russia or China doing this level of assault on targeted individuals who are American citizens, there was no way possible that the Americans would tolerate it. They would know about it, and they would absolutely not tolerate it. But by virtue that they don't intervene with our level of assault, and you can't tell me through signal intelligence that they don't know I'm being attacked.
They do know.
Let's just say that the Russians were doing this to me. The Americans have the ability to know where the signals are. There's no way the Americans would allow this to happen. I'm on the American turf. Americans would have intervened, and I agree. I believe that. So that right there tells me it's Americans doing this to me. Now,
I agree. It's so elaborate and so complex that for Russians or any other nationality to be doing this under the Americans' noses is impossible. It has to be Americans doing this.
Yeah.
The American intelligence agencies.
Right. And, I brought up the issue to someone about if, why isn't it counterproductive? If you live in America and you want to be a superpower and you don't want to lose your superpower status, why is it that you are using the most sophisticated and powerful? These are the most powerful weapon systems. They are a weapon of mass destruction, more so than a nuclear weapon. Why would you use them on your own citizens to deteriorate the very fabric of your own country when you want your country to remain a superpower? It depends on the people and the ability of the people for us to work and thrive and have healthy families. And I've been a target for so long, they totally wrecked my family, right? So why is it that they would deteriorate their own people? It makes no sense.
Because
we want to be able to keep operating the way that they've been operating all this time. They have the power to act covertly, which is completely illegal in so many myriad different ways, and they want to maintain that power to keep acting covertly because it's like it's gone to their head.
And the other thing is that I do believe that they want to retain this superpower status, so and I think part and parcel with that is this quest, if you will, of them to have
Amy would like to speak, I believe. Go ahead, Amy.
Oh, okay.
We've got got 56 now, but we have 56 people that would love to join in with you.
I just wanted to say I was just looking at Agenda 2030. Rosa Koire, Koire, from California. She was head of transportation. I sent it over to you to kind of review, and because this is so massive, it's about depopulation and reserving resources, because she says it really goes into everything, reproduction, water, food, air.
Yep.
It's really elaborate.
That
So
makes
it's
sense.
past Agenda 21, it's 2030. And if we could get her on as a guest, I see that she has a mailing address to mail if you want to get her book, because she's retired now.
What's her name now?
Rosa
Koire,
Koire. Rosa. She's in Santa Rosa, the Bay Area.
K-A-I-R-E, Rosa Care. Okay.
K-O-I-R-E.
Okay.
Can I chip in about Santa Rosa? Santa Rosa, you guys, not just the police,
she's in Santa Rosa,
but the hospitals.
Silicon Valley.
Everything is involved in this program. There wasn't one single, not even the people that take you on the gurney to the hospital are not involved in Santa Rosa in this program. It was
I
massive.
can't hear you.
You can't hear me? I can't hear anything. Anybody there?
Yeah, here's her website, Behind the Green Mask, Rosa Care, K-O-I-R-E. Executive Director of Post-Sustainability Institute and Democrats Against UN Agenda 21, Behind the Green Mask.
What's the green mask?
It's about this Agenda 2030 and Agenda 21, which is, only a couple weeks away. It just talks about, all of that sustainability that she was ahead of, and she found out about it kind of merely by accident, of things that she reports and things that she was actually having to deal with government. So she was at a pretty high level. Forensic commercial real estate appraiser, specializing in eminent domain valuation, a former district branch chief for the California Department of Transportation.
That's what she did for a living, or does?
Yeah, that's what she did before she had to retire. 28 years career in litigation support on land use. But it's not just land, it's resources. Accumulating and exposing the impacts of sustainable development on private property rights and individual liberty. She's got a video there too.
Yeah, she's trying to push a book, and it's basically behindthegreenmask.com, and she is wanting you to buy her books. But that's cool.
Yeah, she's trying to get the information out there.
If you guys connect with her, I'm sorry.
That's what I said. If you could get her on.
Oh yeah,
I don't see that she has an email.
Can I pose a question you'll raise to her if you connect with her, that she would know?
Certainly.
Okay, I just happened to be eating by myself one time, and this woman from Santa Rosa. Are you guys still there?
Yep, we're all here.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was music and nobody there. Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, this could be a relevant point if you connect with her. I don't know. But I met a woman who was an activist. And I don't think anybody we meet is by accident, right? In public, at least not for me. And so I'm having dinner by myself. And she sits down with her family. And this was a few years ago after the fires ripped through Santa Rosa and took out the north end, the hills, the hotels, the houses, the old folks' homes, just like massive fire. And she says that she had devoted her life to researching that, and she has the proven facts. And I'm thinking to myself, man, you better shut up, lady. I don't know where you're from, but, right, because we know. She says that land burn in Santa Rosa was where they're going to put the 5G towers, and they knew that the value of the land and all of the expensive real estate that was developed in that section wouldn't have it. So they just burned it all down, and she said she researched it and dedicated her life for a year to it, and that she knew it beyond a shadow of a doubt. She would put her life down on that fact, and I don't know who this woman was, but that's what she had to say. So if you connect with this lady, and she knows something about that, and I don't know. I don't even know. It's not that relevant to us, but 5G is relevant to us because they'll be using it. I'm sorry?
I will definitely bring that up, and I will try this weekend to get in touch with her.
Yeah, I know that they evacuated half of my base there, which is about 20 minutes away. So, yeah, there's much more. It's a much bigger picture than what we know.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm kind of glad I don't
You'll
know.
be able to ask her questions in person, ma'am, because she'll be on here as a guest.
That was a great find.
Yeah, and Q&A. Yes, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Now we've got Richard from North Carolina, and we've got Amy from Saddleback, and we've got Lillian there, Monterey Tides, and Michael are up. Okay. Let's see if we can expound on this whole evening and see what we can pull out of this. We've got a government that we all think has been targeting us, and now we're seeing an enemy government who is coming up as positive for directed energy weapons at the United States. So we have to consider the possibility that not only are the weapons in private hands, we'll say, we have to consider the fact that maybe Russia is attacking the United States and that there is an ongoing war that we're not hearing about between Russia and the United States using these weapons.
Well, it's a well-known fact that anybody that wants to bring this country down, including the people in it, wouldn't want us to know about it and would go to great lengths to make sure we didn't know about it. But the very fact is, we've got a country full of Chinese and Russians and Nazis and, as you say, Nazi pigs, Russian pigs, Chinese pigs. You might have some Russians walking around with a couple of Chinamen in their back pocket, as far as we know. So, you know, it's all a possibility. The big picture is somebody's doing it. Somebody's bringing us down, and we are the ones that are aware, or more aware, of what's going on, I would say. And these guys above us that we keep depending on, they may know a lot about it. They may be in the same boat we're in. They may be trying to figure it out too, coming up with opinions and theories and working on this and that. They might have a house full of Faraday cages themselves, as far as we know. But the bottom line is this country has been Franklin warned us about. He didn't say who to worry about. He just said, okay, America, in 1776, you have your liberty now. See if you can hold on to it. He didn't ever say who, and even John F. Kennedy, when he made the speech in 63 about what was happening to America and Americans, he didn't ever say who. He just said it was going to happen. And many others have said it was going to happen, and it is. And that's the bad part. To me, and this is just me, but to me, it don't make a flip who it is. We got to do something about this.
Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Scylla, if you're still here, you could come up and just moderate for a couple minutes. And we have Richard on, and I'll be right back. And you'll have something in your email tonight.
I'd like to hear from some of the men that might be on the call that aren't talking. Because a lot of, women tend to hog the calls, We're usually the ones that talk the most. It's skewing, I think, the reality that a lot of men are being abused. And if you could just kind of tell us what's going on, because I'm looking at my head, I have scars. They're circles the size of quarters. I shaved my head again. So
what do you have on your head? What's the size of quarters?
Like scars from the dew.
Yeah.
Well, I, for one, don't linger in the suffering and what's going on. I try to lean my way toward what we might do, what we would be better off considering, trying to come up with sort of solutions. Well, here's one. The corona thing, do not take this vaccine. It came out some information today pertaining to that there will be cards passed out to those who have taken it to be able to prove they had taken it. So my Bible says that you will receive a mark of the beast, and it will either be in your hand or in your forehead, which could be memory, but they're passing out cards. Now, when you go to use a card, where do you put it? You put it in your hand. So be careful of answering your door. Don't let people in. Do not take the vaccine. And, well, stay away from it if you can. If they go to trying to force it on people, well, maybe somebody will get up and make some noise then. I hope so.
To interject solutions, may I just make a comment and see what anybody might have thoughts on? Because may I do that? I don't talk much to the community because I'm usually in survival mode. I don't have time to do this. Even tonight I don't, but I wanted to so badly. May I do that? Put forth just some thoughts on, like Richard said, solving.
Go ahead.
And this is really broad brushstroke type of thinking. Just listening in periodically for a number of years, making inch by inch headway in this thing as we're dropping like flies and dying. So I think back before technology, so this is where this parallel doesn't really hold up, because in like back in the day of Martin Luther King Jr., right? I mean, the administration, laws were changed for black people, laws were changed, and yet look what they're still struggling with, right? Even though the laws were changed in their favor and things really changed all the way back then, but they're still dealing with things in spite of the law, right? The community of the black people. And they were congregated in humongous numbers everywhere trying to get just the basic rights that have been stolen from us. So when I think about that successful movement that is still being dealt with today in spite of the laws that were put into place, what can we do differently? Because that was so successful on paper, and yet in reality it's still being dealt with. What can we do? What can we learn from that? I don't know. Maybe this is too abstract, but that's where my mind goes so often, in frustration, because I don't have any answer.
Well, the one thing we have learned, and the one thing we should in fact know, is as long as you don't complain about it in the right manner and in enough numbers, they're just going to continue doing it. If someone steals your cheese out of your refrigerator every day, and somewhere along the way you don't try to make a change of that, then they're just going to keep doing it. So change has to be made, and change has to come, and individually, one at a time, as they have isolated us and separated us and come up with all these different ways to keep us separated, we have to make a change. We've got to change. Albert Einstein says to do the same things over and over, expecting different results, is insanity. So change has to come.
Has anybody been so hemmed in that they've taken away your ability to get to an airport, not alone aboard a plane? Has anybody on the call dealt with that much of oppression on every move that's made?
Many are still flying. Many are unable to fly. And most of the reasons is because of assets or financial situations or a way to come and go back and forth, or even your health and well-being being so bad that you, are just unable to go.
Yes.
Right.
So
That's what's happening to me, and they won't even let me hire a real car to take me till before my last dollar is gone.
Right.
I mean,
that's the program.
Yeah, but where I'm at, I am in a really sick spot, and in just a year and a half here, I know enough about my own body and enough about physiology to know that I don't have much left. If I stay here, I'm going to be gone quick. And I'm not saying that to scare anybody. Please don't be scared. This has been going on for 40 years of my life, so it doesn't happen overnight. But I got to get out of here. I guess somebody said, well, you're a cash cow for so many people there. But I mean, they can still do the in this conversation, y'all, we're talking about more macro, if you will, ideas of this program. So if it's a macro motivation, a macro-led thing, here I'm being micromanaged here, why wouldn't they just let me go somewhere else and be sold off or something? I don't get it. Why are they trying to strangle me here and let me die here? Why? Anybody got any thoughts on that?
Well, you have to realize where you have to realize where your power is before you can possibly think of using it, no matter what your situation is.
Yes.
And all of our power lies within a few words, and that is we, the people. Isolated, we're not going to make it. Sitting still, we're not going to make it. We have to get up. We have to be heard. We have to be counted. And that's the only way right now, according to even some of the laws. We have to do this, and that's the bottom line.
But when you're being so micromanaged, Richard, how do you do that?
You get up and go. You get up and do it. If you got a neighbor that can't go, put them in the little red flyer wagon and pull them behind you. If you're not able to pull the wagon, tie the wagon to somebody's bicycle. And if they're not able to pedal, tie it to somebody's motorcycle. And if they're out of gas, tie it to somebody's truck. It's the American way. We've always made it somehow. We've always done what we've had to do. We're the reason this country is strong. We're not strong because of the government. We're not strong because of our military. We're strong because of the people. You got to realize where your strength is.
But they won't let me have contact with what you're talking about. No one comes into my life or on my phone that isn't already selected by them. I've proven it over and over again.
Well, that's because you're fighting with the perps. You're fighting with the perps, and maybe you are losing right now, but that can change. I do have groups of people. We work together all the time, and we talk to each other all the time, but it's not enough within our community. We also have TIs contacting and working with non-TIs in the community, and they're working desperately all the time to make some changes. But when the moment comes, we have to be prepared to know, okay, this is where the power is. We the people, we are the power. We can't be separated and isolated as they would have us be.
Okay, so Richard, how do we overcome I don't know how to get a step even with them, let alone a step up beyond them to overcome them, to join. I have had your thoughts since I learned about this thing. We all need to be in one place.
Listen. Go on to Romola D, and she has a panel of 5 women on there, and they talk about organizing, right, and how to do it, and everything to do with it.
Memoir.
Huh? What?
Romola D cut up myself. She cut up. Got her free. She cut up. Karen Stewart. She cut up.
I know that.
Dr. Catherine.
I know that.
I don't want to hear about. No.
Okay, I understand, Frank, but still, this panel she had on was really wonderful women. I mean, Romola didn't talk at all. This is the billionaire woman right in the middle that I was telling you about that got taken out. Like Epstein, she lost everything. Her husband got murdered, and the guy who was in charge of it, her estate, stole everything, and she's destitute. She was a billionaire. Are you still there, Frank? Frank, it's not that I'm saying that to piss you off or hurt you or anything. I'm not. I'm just trying to. Huh?
That can't be done.
Well, well, these women were organizing, and they've got some wonderful ideas, and I just thought maybe someone would like to listen to them. I did.
Yeah, I saw online.
Karen Stewart's a very good friend of mine, and Ella Free's a very good friend of mine. Midge Mathis is a very good friend of mine, and Romola D cut us all to shreds with that fake, what was she, fake CIA there? That chick?
I don't know
write
why.
that.
I don't know why.
You don't write that?
I know, I agree with you. I think it's wrong, but I'm just telling you that this, I think, is the other women in the call were well worth to listen to. But one of the things I wanted to tell you, especially tonight, is that I have found that they put me in a beam all the time, so that when it comes the time for them to have me lock myself out of the house, they've locked me out of my house now 4 weeks in a row. And it's a pain in the ass because I leave and I don't have a phone to call. I don't have my key. I don't have nothing. They just shut me out the door. But what I'm telling you is that if you're already in the beam, they can manipulate you so easily because you don't know what reality is.
You don't know what?
You don't know what you would be like not in the beam.
Yeah, I also interrupted a gentleman who was speaking, and you have my apologies.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that I saw.
I'm sorry.
I saw online where Romola D got really upset with Ella and some other people, and I didn't think it was very reasonable. It was it was an article in the Chicago Sun-Times, and Ella was quoted as saying something like maybe 5% of TIs were mentally ill. But it's not controversial that some TIs might also be mentally ill. They would probably specifically, go looking for those kind of people just to create confusion. So, to me, that's not even a controversial thing to say.
I agree.
And I'm very sure if you don't end up a little crazy when you get out of this, I've also discovered that the reason that they haven't let me go because my use to them is over. They pumped everything out of me when I first became a target. So why keep me for 25 years? Why? And the reason is because I'm not going to be alone. Everybody's going to join me because they're going to do this to everybody.
Here's the other fact, Memoir. They are addicted gamers. They cannot put that screen away. They can't shut it off. They can't get away from it. If you go in their apartment, you're going to see 300 empty pizza boxes, coffee cups, McDonald's wrappers. They cannot get away from that chair.
And then I was thinking about, okay, all these people that are working for these corporations and these security companies and for these housing authorities and HUD and all that, they're all in on this. They're all going along with Agenda 30, but they don't really have an idea that this is total communism.
I need a link. Proof. Link.
You need a link of what? Oh,
I need a link to No, I need a link to who's involved. I need. I'll put it in the newsletter. I just need a link.
You mean who's linked on?
Are you saying that, like, say, HUD and Mass is involved in this?
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of targets who've complained that HUD is the one behind who started their targeting. That's where mine began. What's the proof? Well, I lived in a HUD household, and I went to the mayor, and I told him I didn't like his idea about building a golf course on the wetlands of our water system. And let's see, 2 weeks later, I started being targeted. My apartment was invaded.
That's the mayor. That's not HUD.
No. He had my landlord, Stuart Cummins, in on it. He had his maintenance people in on it. They were all doing it to me. And it was through the mayor. And the mayor had targeted this other girl that was in my building. I went to her house, her apartment for shelter to get away from the directed energy weapons in my apartment. And they found out I was going there, and they targeted her. Now, her mother worked for the courthouse. She gave the mayor a call, and he stopped her daughter's targeting. She was also 7 months pregnant. I didn't realize at that time that they would latch onto her and target her. This was very early in my targeting. I hadn't lost my apartment or my car yet.
Oh God, my car was stolen too.
So I was still working, I think. Huh?
My car was stolen too. Legally.
Well, it wasn't stolen. It was just gradually sabotaged, to the point where I thought it had no use anymore, and they destroyed it after that.
How do you get around?
I walk.
Thank God you can walk. Thank God.
And I take a train, and I take a bus. Well, all my life I've kept myself in good shape. All my life I've worked out. All my life I've had a good peasant, strong body, So,
hey, Frank?
And I've always eaten right. So,
Frank?
Yeah.
Just sent you email. The Bilderberg Group. It says
yes.
the Great Reset. The Twin Summit begins January 2021, so that's only a couple weeks away.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So like I said, they're organizing. People, the women on this panel were all educated. They know what they're talking about. And there's one man in there.
Is there a takeaway from that you could share with us in terms of implementing? Because I'm with Richard in the camp of let's get some ideas, and people that are able-bodied, let's try.
Not really. I would have to go back and I would have to listen to it again. It was long, and it was involved, and it was a panel of 6 people, and they all had their own ideas. So the main idea I had was this woman gave out her website, and anybody want to organize, call me, email me, and I was going to do that. But I'm sorry, I don't even have a link that I can give you. I wish I could. I apologize. I came unprepared, but my perps locked me out of my house, so I've been out of my house for several hours. Trying to get maintenance because they want me to leave. So this is the 4th time they've manipulated me into leaving. And this is what I just realized is that I'm always in this beam. And for me to realize what it's like not to be in this beam is very difficult. And what they do is I'm easily manipulated because I'm in this beam all the time.
Yeah. I think, even just the Pavlov theory starts to apply in our cases. Over and over again, cause and effect. You become to expect it.
That's what I believe the masks are. I believe the masks are training to accept the vaccine because this is putting an obedience. To me, I look at it and I see an obedience training.
Psychological. It's also psychological. They're hiding your ability to express your emotions. They don't like emotions, any of them.
Yeah, they do not want you to express yourself emotionally. Ben, when you were saying about organizing, because I really do mean that. I do want to think of something to counter the other types of protests, because it's really getting dangerous for me, and I've changed considerably. I mean, this has really changed me, and I can't, I don't want to die not having fought harder. People are fighting really hard about small things compared to this. Now, if there's millions of black Americans and three get shot, okay, versus there's millions of Americans, period, who are being tortured in their own homes and in their brains and their bodies. You can't travel to escape it. So we have to don't cower to liberal politics anymore. I'm not going to do it. I've had enough. I'm not going to cater to racism anymore. I made a fool out of myself. It was a mistake. I do believe in the feminist movement. I do believe that women are being oppressed globally. But this weapon is targeting teenagers, the elderly, Mexicans, black people, Puerto Ricans, Hawaiians, handicapped people, blind people.
That's what Snowden revealed when he gave that data to Assange, and when Assange data dumped it. It showed that it was absolute proof, the fact that everybody was going to be data mined. It wasn't just foreigners, that they were going to do the American people and eventually globe. That was very important because that gave us really, really proof of what was going on. I think that was my first inkling.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm sorry. But those people that participated in that movement about Snowden, they were talking about computers following you around. He should have said, unless he didn't know, that they're listening to your thoughts. They're looking through your eyes.
What?
It's not. Yeah. And we should have a very powerful movement this summer. We can do this. I mean, it's just.
Listen. I know Frank hates Romola D, and the people in this community have shit on me, stolen from me, maligned me, done some really dirty tricks on me, and I have come back and given this community everything that I've had. So what I'm telling you is, even though, Frank, you're angry at Romola D with Ella and whoever else, I think for the sake of the community, you should forget it and just plow right ahead like I'm doing, because I want people to go to Romola D's website. I believe it was taped tonight.
That's great. I support that.
And get the... Okay, that's fine.
Why?
I'll shut
That's all
up.
I did. I said why. Yeah. That's all. I support these other women that are on that particular call, that particular show. But I do not support Romola D because she is a nut.
Well, we all have our peccadillos. Let me tell you.
You don't call all the people who work their lives and have put their lives into this, like Ella, and she's got billboards all over the world. Come on.
I've had Ella insult me so many times. It
I know.
Funny.
I haven't heard that.
Back. And you know something? I really like Romola over I like Ella, because I don't like being insulted every time I go to her call.
I like Matthew Aaron.
She doesn't believe in Agenda 30, and that's okay with me. But you don't have to insult me over it.
Well.
I don't care if you believe in it or not. I'm just out here telling you this information because it's going to make you think, it's going to make you research, it's going to make you go and find out for yourself. That's my motive being here. I can't help anybody. I can't even help myself, But I can inform people of the tactics that they're using against us and how to kind of, be be aware of who's the head of the snake.
Right.
Very good.
As far as the people in the community, I don't know you guys, but just like, you know how a tree, let's say the person's a tree, this is a dumb analogy, but there's sweet oranges and there's sour oranges, right? So each person, the tree's a little different, the experience of how it grew is a little different, but we have to take the sweet orange juice from each person and just toss aside in our minds the sour part, because everybody has something positive to contribute and opinions, and everyone's struggling and different perceptions and miscommunication, and just to grab on to what could work, and because we are in a sinking ship together, and if we don't save ourselves, I don't think anyone else is going to.
That's exactly correct.
You're absolutely you. And, that's what I'm saying. People who are tortured a little bit or hear about torture somewhere, the thousands of people go into the street. The people who are actually tortured and beat down, can barely lift their leg up to get the remote control. It's like, so we need those people. And, I mean, do you see how many Americans will come out en masse? Like Trump sexism. You remember that? When these women came out of nowhere with their pink and just dominated the street.
I think the reason that targets can't come out en masse is because we're mind controlled more than.
Right.
And I think the general public is getting subliminal suggestions to I don't know through what, probably their cell phone, but to take, to make them think that we're crazy, or to be avoided, or whatever malign they can think of. But I think that's when you go to court and the judge turns around and acts like this moron, that you expect a judge to act like a judge instead of a moron.
Yep.
And the corruption blows you away.
Yep.
I mean, it's just incredible.
Either that or they're all extremely persuaded by massive amounts of payoff money to cooperate. I can't figure it out, or maybe a combination of both.
I think it's a mix of all of it. It's money, it's mind control, it's ideology like Agenda 30. It's
the problem I have with the mind control component, it makes me feel defeated and like we don't have a chance. I don't think everyone is under mind control, and I think of our group, some more than others, right, at different stages. I wish we could combine and have statistics and names and numbers and somebody that is still able to use a computer and actually use it for what it is for real. Wouldn't it be cool to have those in the community that get to find out when they're first targeted and they're still healthy and able-bodied, to come alongside those that are at the end, and the power of the testimony of the person that's been 40 years or 30 years in and really sick, and have the other person, team up like that, and just the old expression, if I knew then what I knew now.
So how would you contact, say you wanted to have an event, say you wanted to have a protest event in the summer, and so we have thousands more young TIs in their 20s and 30s that just started. We have a lot of 20-something, 30-year-olds who have synthetic telepathy and R&M. They're all over the internet. And so how do you contact these people in mass and say, look, you have no choice but to participate in this, and, you'd need a fundraiser to, basically the civil rights movement, people are collaborating to shift the bodies of the people, the victims of the Jim Crow, into Washington, D.C. So we have to have buses. We need to be very professional. We need flights. We have to have money for hotels. We need money for
something? That's one of the things that the perps do to you right away. They go after your money and finances. Yep. That's why I tell people to bury your valuables out in the woods, some night by the light of the moon.
Well,
they want you poor.
Yeah, but we have
they
like 5 months.
Poor,
5
you
months.
know if you're poor, you can't fight back. You can't.
No, I'm saying to get publicity and press attention, and to get the public to look at us, we have months to prepare to raise money so we can get the TIs out of their apartments and houses. And
you know what Ella did
somewhere.
with the what do you the highway boards? What do you call those things?
Billboards.
She put. Did you ever see the targeted advertisement on the billboards? She put one out here in my hometown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there you go. You can't get more forward than that.
Yeah, you can.
Like
yeah.
what? Getting
massive groups of us with media coverage because they can't not cover it. Perhaps
we need to somehow
present. Jail.
We need to somehow present a united front so that psychiatrists and police officers believe our story. Right now, we're so.
They all know
we're
about
not united.
They all believe it. Don't even go there. They're part of it. They're boots on the ground.
A lot of the police departments
Most of them, no.
Some of them are neutral, but a lot are involved in my experience.
If they know about it, and they don't talk to you about it, they're complicit. And just
if you guys can let Alan, in, I would appreciate it because he's got a lot to offer.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Frank. I really appreciate it. I think, I was just saying, the psychiatrists and cops, most people are good people, and even if they get, into a situation that's beyond their control and they didn't anticipate and they know it's wrong, they're still good people on the inside, and they're looking for a way to, to do the right thing if possible.
I have known a lot of cops. I was a cop. And when I came here to New England, boy, what a different place this was for a cop. Anyway, I went up against the local police department. And they didn't like it. And they have beat the shit out of me ever since.
What were the repercussions of you doing that?
They've spilled over into other towns and turned the police and the fire and everybody against me in the next towns too. Wherever I
Hey, Alan, what do you think about what she's saying?
Alan, go ahead. I think she's a little paranoid.
I think what happens is, they have a job to do, and they sometimes perceive that we make their job more difficult because they think there's something wrong with us. They really do think there's something wrong with us, and then they just don't want to spend the effort to write reports, and it takes time out of their day to handle us.
In that lie. You keep believing that lie. You keep believing that lie.
Until they throw you in the clinker. Can I just give my personal example to you, sir? When I called giving the police one last chance to help me in this county where I had lived for quite some time, and I was in a particular city, and there was evidence of forced break-in. I had the welts on my arm. I didn't talk about the welts on my arm. I just said my cell phone's been stolen when I fell asleep, and here's the evidence of the forced break-in, and they hauled me off to 5150 me to discredit me because I had evidence of the break-in. So they were definitely in the know about this, and later that same department went after me based on nothing but lies and did it again.
They took you to 5150, but how do you know that's because you had evidence of the break-in? They might have thought it was for something else. They've done the same thing to me, by the way. That's happened to me 3 times, and it's an unpleasant experience.
I have zero psychiatric record, and I don't act crazy, and I had evidence to show them. And he said, "Do you have evidence of a break-in?" And when I said yes, would you like to see it? He put handcuffs on me. He didn't want to see the evidence. In my old life before this, if somebody had broken into my home and taken my cell phone, they would have taken a report and treated me with respect. That wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Yeah. Let me
Hey, Alan, where do you live, Alan?
Hold on. Let me interject something here. Sometimes when you become a target, you actually aren't the same person, and you are not perceived the same way. And I'll tell you why.
I've thought of that.
You are at the top of your envelope all the time. Yeah. You're in survival mode all the time. The police pick up on this. It's like smelling fear. So I would suggest that you, before calling the police for any reason, all of you, make sure you collect yourselves.
Yeah, I agree.
Take some deep breaths and relax. Drink 2 glasses of water, please, because it makes all the difference in the world.
I agree. I agree.
And then
can I say something really quick, Frank? I just want to make one thing straight. I have met 2 police officers who were kind to me, and and one has continued to be. So there is an exception to my rule, but if they know about this and they do not help or do something about it, they are complicit.
Yes.
And that's how I feel about it. I'm not blaming them for the crime, but I'm blaming them for the...
But you're saying they know something about it. And you're saying basically if you tell them that means that they know something about it, but they don't see it the way we see it. You tell them, this, that you're being targeted and that, you're getting hit with directed energy weapons and stuff like that. That doesn't mean that they know it's true. That just means they know that's what you said. In their mind, it's a totally different thing.
Well, the police that were targeting me in my hometown, they were the ones who had the directed energy weapons.
I don't talk about it with the police. Anything.
They had the weapons. It wasn't that someone else. I had a perp using it on me. They were directly responsible for it, and I know that. And so wasn't the fire department. As a matter of fact, the son-in-law of the mayor who put me in the hospital 3 times, he was responsible for it. It's the first
I really do not want you to put down the police that protect you, because when it all comes right down to it, they will be there for you. Okay, I'm just saying.
They're still complicit, Frank.
There might be 1 or 2, maybe. Okay, but what I was saying, as a rule, the police go to Marilyn's house and they treat her with respect. Correct, Marilyn?
Yeah, I looked out. I'm in a good town, but my first official police report, I took flyers down. I was so nervous. I recorded it, and they're always very polite. A couple of them believed me and just said, "There's nothing I can do to help you. You don't have enough evidence." I gave them USBs with the recordings and evidence that I had from my trifold meter. I met the mayor and gave him a flyer, straight to his face. I said, "This is what's happening." They've been in my house. They even know that I've become mentally ill from the torture too. They know who I am, but there's going to be a TI somewhere that's going to get a cop that's going to help them. And it's probably already happened.
I said it before. There are exceptions.
Do they know that you have mental illness? Do the police know?
They can fill up.
Yeah, pretty much. I had a nervous breakdown.
I just know that if they think that you have any credibility, but if you're already mentally ill and then therefore you wouldn't be able to testify in a court of law or something like that or be found credible, they're much nicer to you. And if you're credible, that's what they tried to destroy for me. Anytime I had credible evidence, that's when they would 5150 me because they knew I had no psychiatric history on my record.
All people who are abused are going to have some kind of trauma in their brain, and it's going to have an impact on their behavior. But if you're a targeted individual, this is like level Auschwitz almost, only most of us have food. this is sometimes all-day torture, multiple times a day, for years. So you're going to be depressed. You're going to be suicidal. You're going to be psychotic. You're going to be manic. You might develop bipolar. I mean, you might get schizophrenic side effects because it's manufactured. You'll have outbursts, fits. That's what I had. I mean, screaming, yelling, and no one knows why you're doing it. I mean, come on, we're tortured. We have to give ourselves a break. Don't be afraid of the mental health community, because some of us are going to need them. I think the fear of being labeled crazy is basically what's kind of blocking us from having a really good protest. That people don't want to be looked at as crazy, and so we have a lot of and I'm not saying white and black. We have a lot of TIs that don't want to look bad, you know. And okay, that's fine, but that's kind of cowardly. I mean, this is not just about you and your feelings about, oh, I don't know what people will think if I say I'm hearing voices. But it's real. It's true. If you're sexually assaulted remotely by another man and you can't see him, of course, you don't want to go to the cops saying this straight off the gate. It's the gate. Talk to the TI whether you want to do that kind of statement. But it's real. You are being remotely raped as a man. In your sleep, when you're awake, they're doing something to your. I mean, this is all happening. Get some balls and just tell people what's happening to you, because the future is dependent on all of us. We can't. This is really bad activity, and so stop worrying about what people think. Okay, be brave. It's humiliating, but so what? Have a drink. Make a gin and tonic.
Wait a minute. Well, let me ask the lady a question before I forget what I want to ask her. The lady who was just on here before you, could you tell me your name?
Do you mean me?
Yeah, I think it's you.
I think
Are you the one that's a target and was talking about the break-ins?
Yes.
Okay. You were talking about something about just before the young lady was speaking. Can you remember what the last sentence was that you said, or near it?
Can you tell me what I was ending with? Because I was a bit ago.
I can't even remember, but it was really important.
Did it have to do with credibility?
That's right.
Yes.
That's what you said.
So what I have observed is that when you're perceived as credible.
Okay, I asked her if she had sprinkled talcum powder down, and she said that they vacuumed it up.
Yeah, it wasn't there. No trace of anything.
Really?
Oh God, yeah.
Wow.
There's not a. I've
never heard of that one. That one.
I have. It was in my vacuum cleaner. It was in my vacuum cleaner, and I don't sleeppwalk.
I tried that, but nobody disturbed it. At least what I could see.
Well, that's good.
And then another time they had me walk through it, so that you couldn't tell.
I haven't been successful
in
stopping these people or getting evidence anymore.
No, me neither. No.
I mean, I have evidence that I can see, but I wouldn't be able to present it to law enforcement.
I barricaded my bedroom, and they watched me with the combination lock, and then they changed the combination on me. So
that's what goes on with me. You got it. Yep. We were talking about the site thing earlier. I just replaced my debit card, and it wouldn't take the new PIN I created until I looked at the keyboard when I punched in my new password. And there was a white van sitting outside the bank that knew I was going to that bank to get my debit card yesterday afternoon. And
okay.
Yeah.
You're getting a little more paranoid here. Let me tell you what the perps do in the very beginning. Let me preface this with something. This is based in one of the oldest procedures in the world, and that's hypnotism, okay?
I was afraid of that, Frank. Explain. How is it done at a distance? I was wondering about it.
I don't know, but they can do it.
Neural monitoring. That's how it's done.
I was wondering about hypnosis.
They repeat things over and over and over. They watch your habits. They watch how you make your coffee.
Right.
They even will tell you, oh, you put too much sugar in. Oh, that's not enough sugar. These people follow every move of yours for 9 years, in my case, plus.
Decades
so
for me. Yeah.
It's like having two best friends that are enemies that know your every move. So
more intimate than best friends. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've answered the same questions thousands of times, so they know how you're going to answer a question.
Right.
So research that into it. Look up hypnotism. And
I'm afraid to. I'm afraid that it gives me the creeps, Frank. The one place I feel like they haven't fully invaded is my mind. That's the one thing they're letting me hold on to.
Well,
I mean, certainly they've crept in.
Stop, go, look up, look down, look right, look left. Those are just some of the basic commands. And if you say stop, the stop sign, that drops them in their tracks. I'll tell you that right now.
Wait, say that again? What? Is he being literal here? What do I do? Do what?
Put your stop sign and say stop.
Oh.
And believe me.
Okay.
So he says they're looking through his eyes, and they're telling him to look up so they can see what the fuck where he is. So there's cameras in your eyes. He wakes up in the morning. They see him wake up, and they're watching every move. And it's a hive of people.
Yes.
And some of them don't actually. I can't believe that all of them are really into it because it's so lame. But they ask you. He's right. They ask you the same questions about your childhood, your feelings. They just made a hologram, Frank, just now while I was on the phone, and juxtaposed over the brains of the people a feeling that I had in the past. They do this every day. They take my feelings and memories from the past, and then, Frank, they say, let's make a movie and we can feel like Marilyn when she was a teenager.
How do you know this?
Are you and Frank together?
No, we have similar targeting. Our targeting is basically the same.
Everyone's targeting is basically the same. The difference is the stage that you're at.
That's right.
It's like going to a gym. Well, some people are walking around, built to the hilt. Other people, not so much, because they're just starting. The guys that are ripped have been there for years.
See, that's why I want the new guys to hook up with the guys that are ripped but can't move their bodies but have so much to convey and communicate. That's a great analogy you just made. And the
I have a lot to convey. Just write me a question at my address, and I will definitely answer your question as best that I can. And if I can't answer it, I will find somebody that will.
Is Richard still on the phone?
How I can get this to stop.
Yeah,
I know.
Richard. You have people interested in hearing from you, myself included.
Well, I'm just sitting here listening, Frank, and I do want to say that the lady is absolutely right pertaining to the credibility thing. Once you're labeled and placed in a certain category, then, well, court of law or anywhere else, you're not going to be considered very credible. But yes, if you want.
What? Oh, we lost Richard. Yeah, he's got a real delicate phone, I think, because we lose him every once in a while. He'll be back. Yep.
Delicate phone.
Well, that was one of the hardest things that was one of the hardest things for me when I became a target, and it happened almost immediately, like within days of my active targeting, is that I lost my credibility. I was always a person that other people listened to and respected my word. And then all of a sudden it was erased and I was looked at like I had two heads and I was a giraffe.
Yeah. Me too. Exactly.
And it was like, what the fuck is going on here?
You realize that a lot of that was you, Memoir? A lot of that was you.
I was absolutely blown away. What?
A lot of that was you. You act different. You don't realize it, but you do. You act a little different because...
What are you talking about?
I get what Frank is saying. I'm trying to be more self-aware, Frank, to catch it.
Yeah, other people's perceptions of you are different, okay? Because you seem a little paranoid schizophrenic, but you're not.
Oh, fuck yourself. I am not. What are you talking about?
I didn't say it. I said you act. Everyone acts to a degree a little paranoid.
Frank, what would be a subtle? What would be a small example of that, Frank? What would be like a subtle example of that? Like somebody could be acting it and not realizing it.
Walking into a store, okay, that you've never been to, and you think everyone in that store is looking at you. Well, what the perps are using out of hypnotism is a self-conscious aspect that we all have. Some people display it. They can't get rid of it. Other people, it's never bothered them before. But that's what's coming out. The self-conscious part of you. So you think everyone in the store is looking at you. Guess what? Use your logic. They're not looking.
No.
They're thinking about what they have to do, where they have to go, who they have to meet before the end of the day.
No, I agree with that, but you don't. Frank, but there's always going to be somebody in that store that is there for you, and you don't know who it is. That's the truth, and it's hard not to be thinking about that.
That isn't what happened. What happened? I was a professional person working, and and like I told my family what was going on, and it was my family's rejection of what I told them. And because up until that point, I was I was a matriarch. You didn't doubt my word, ever.
That's the beginning. That's the beginning, Memoir.
Oh, of course. And
that's where it starts. Family splintering.
Right. Isolation for control.
My family is splintered to the point where my daughters barely speak to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My marriage split. So everything was destroyed. So I see these things a little differently, perhaps, than some.
Yeah, my family story.
I love my children more than anything. I love my children. I would give my life for my children. And to not be with them and hang out with them and, my other relatives, that's a big hole in my life, and I will never, ever forgive what's going on.
I haven't seen my granddaughter in 2 years. Okay?
I never forgive them for this. Never forgive them.
I'm sorry to hear that, Frank. I have a brother who won't speak to me either. It's amazing how being a target.
I haven't talked to my daughter in 4 years, and she and I were so close as a single mom, very, very close. And she just put up on her Instagram, I don't know for sure if she's getting married or not, but what it looks like she's getting prepared with her hair and stuff in these pictures after I mentioned, don't forget your family, and then she put up these pictures of her with another family and looking like she's getting married. So I don't know if I can I'll always love her, of course, no matter what, and be there for her. But I don't know if she doesn't invite me. If I can.
I was given some
I don't
advice.
know if I
was
can.
given some advice. Listen,
I don't know if
you've
I can
got to love them.
Forgive that or not.
You've got to love them from afar. You've got to love them from afar.
Well, I
and
have
that
for 4
has
years,
helped
but
me
you can't
through.
make someone have a relationship that doesn't want to.
It's not
so
a
if she
relationship.
Gets married, I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to handle if she gets married, if I can forgive that, if she doesn't.
You've got to love them from afar. Well,
I already do that. But
your grandfather is still alive, Frank?
Stop.
No, sir.
Doesn't stop.
My granddaughter I haven't seen for 2 years.
Oh, 2 years, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think it has a lot to do with how you parted from your loved one. Like my daughter accused me of being crazy, and there was nothing going on. It was all my imagination, even though we all know it wasn't. And she just 5 years ago decided that she didn't need a mom anymore. So she's 47, and I'll never see her again. And I took the advice of my cousin, first cousin, who told me, he said, Luda, the best thing you can do to stay healthy and strong is move on and remember the fond memories, but don't get stuck on anything. And it's the truth, because I moved on, and I don't want to be bogged down by it, because they come out the winner, and I'll always love her. There'll be a special place in my heart, but it's not the same because of the way she parted, and I think it has a lot to do with the way they left us, each individual. But there's many moms, I want to tell this lady, many moms that have children that, especially girls, that have been separated from them. My daughter's mind controlled. It's very obvious.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They're mind controlled. You can't blame them. You can't blame them. Right. They are mind controlled. How to react to you, what to think of you, to fight with you.
Yeah,
whatever.
I know she is, and I
still love them.
I try to compare it to being trying to get through to someone who's in a cult. It's extremely difficult to get through to someone that's brainwashed by a cult type of thing.
Let me interject one more time. People who have known you all your life, your daughter, your brothers, your sisters, they've known you all your life. You approach them and you give off the same energy. Then one day you approach them and you don't smell right, just to put it bluntly. You don't give off the same energy because you have people on your back with you, some of us, all the time. So your perception is different. Their perception is different of you. Yeah. Your perception of them is the same, but they're looking at you differently. Like, what's wrong with her? What's wrong with Tracy? She's not acting right.
Yeah.
That's not my mom. So you actually turn into someone who's a little different because, once again, you're at the top of your envelope all of the time. Okay? So maybe it's not them as much as you've changed because you're at war with an entity that you don't know.
Well,
you are
the last visit we had was a wonderful visit. There was no fight, no nothing. I've heard from her once in 4 years. I haven't seen her in 4 years. And, I've asked her, I haven't really had the chance to, actually, because I've only talked to her once, one email in 4 years. So as far as I know, the last, was a good visit, and we were seeing each other regularly and talking to each other. And I think it does have a lot to do with the mind control, too, of them trying to alienate you from your families as well.
Can I can I add to what Frank said? Like, Frank, in my case, I didn't know I was going through, when this came to the surface, when the behind-the-scenes stuff was happening and I was just experiencing weird illness that debilitated me, my family, and I thought it was just because I got sick. But then, right before this came to the surface, when I would try to recontact friends from high school and college, and friends from early 20s, like best friends or friends I knew since second grade that I stayed in touch with, before I knew this had a name, they all of a sudden, right around the time it came to the surface, right about then, everyone started responding to me differently, and I hadn't opened up my mouth about this program because I didn't even understand it yet. I just was told that was what was happening to me, right? And so they were my address book of 45 years disappeared, and people were contacted one by one and told whatever needed to be told so nobody would ever love me or help me again. And I can't imagine what they were told. These people that have known me my whole life, and they counted on the fact they hadn't seen me in 15, 20 years. So I guess people think, hey, if they haven't seen you in 15, 20 years or been in touch regularly, hey, anything can happen to somebody, and these are authorities telling us, supposed authorities, right? So that happens too. It's both.
I don't know. Do you think that
not everyone is involved in the conspiracy?
Triggers? Do you think it could be triggers? Like if
what's a trigger?
A trigger is when they drop a suggestion into your subconscious and it sits there for a while until something, a color or an action wakens it up, and then you follow it. So if you went, like they would trigger your relative, and then when you showed up, your face, you would have a horrible connotation with your face. They would react to it.
Or acting different towards them because of that,
I don't know how they get into the headsets and what they know how to tell each person to dissuade them. Some people are threatened. It's like, if you help her, this is going to happen to you. I'm told they make up false federal lies. Or maybe some other people, they just get told the right story about you. They have enough truth they insert, and they buy it. They believe it, and they're convinced. People that have known me my whole life are convinced that I'm a person they never knew. The story is so outrageous.
Well, here's the thing: is like Frank was saying a while ago, the TIs, as we are, we're the RIP guys. We're the guys that have been there for a long time. We've been working out and going through this, and we've been in the gym a long time. When you look around yourself at your family and your neighbors and your friends, you can hurry up and be assured that they're the ones that are drifted into the gym that just got there, and they're all puny looking and getting ready to have to start the program, because this is not just about TIs. They're not stopping with a certain amount of people or a certain group of people. They're adding people to this all the time. My family members have been added to it, and many others have. Neighbors, I can look around. I have looked around and found many people walking around with injuries and problems and things happening to their families and finances and so on down the street. So it's not just about us anymore. This is growing and moving forward and moving on. So if they're being added, then, you can't really say they're part of it, because, well, we're part of it too. And they're being added to the problem. And
if you go to MIT and you punch in the search, put in MIT, Bill Binney, and ACLU, it will bring you to a specific video. And on that video, Bill Binney is before a chalkboard, and he explains how this program works. He'll get a hit on somebody, and then they go two people out from you in a circle, 360 degrees, and then they'll get a hit on somebody else and do the same to them. And when I first saw this program that he was describing on his chalkboard that NSA was doing to the American public, I thought to myself, this is going to be, I knew immediately this was going to be a totalitarian state.
Oh my gosh.
I just intuitively looked at it and I said, holy shit, this is going to be, at that time I didn't know they were global, but I thought this is going to be national. This is going to take everybody in. The way it was structured, it was amazing. But go to that video. Yeah, go to that video and watch it. He's really interesting.
Well,
I don't asking them.
Well, I don't have to go to the video. I can go down the street. I can look around my neighborhood.
Right.
And I've been several different places in several different parts of the state, and I can find it anywhere, anytime. I have walked up to people from a distance, just looking at them, and said, and walk up, and yep, sure enough, they have all the signs, all the symptoms. They don't know what's going on. They're confused. They're scared to tell it. They're scared to talk to people about it, and they're just getting started. So you look around yourself, you can find them. But, well, again, it's not just about us. And getting down to the basics of our own gym experience, we need to share with those that are just...
Well, this isn't over. I mean, this is not over for any of us yet. This is like they're going digital with money. They're not going to have dollars and cents in there anymore. You won't be able to hide anything. They want control of all the finances. In other words, businesses will be paying their taxes monthly, and if they don't, they'll go in and take it. And they want everything done digitally. This is where they're going with this pretty soon. And that they want to account for every penny. Because, see, this pandemic has shown them that the American people have...
That's good.
The American people have been saving money, and they want it. And because, I mean, not too many people, a lot of people have survived through this pandemic. So they want to see where that money is. They want all of it. And they want to. The government wants to own all real estate. They don't want anybody to own real estate. They don't want anybody to have cars. Everything will be public transport. These are plans that they're working on now.
Yep. Just hearing an interview with Bill Gates, he was asked by a CNN interviewer, say, what's the upside of this pandemic? They didn't use the word. I think that's great. To you, Bill Gates. And of course, he came back with, well, I think we're proving that we don't need to travel back and forth to work. We can do everything over the Internet. And this 5G is going to make it all happen. So we're all going to be in our houses. People are going to be isolated. Oh my gosh, you guys! This is what he said on national
TV. Do you know
TV.
why they want it? Do you know why they want to do that? Everything computer. It's because they'll have access to it. Yep. And if you think of this, privacy equals democracy.
That's right. I agree.
If you are private in your home, that's your choice. You have you can have secrets from these people, and they don't want anybody to have any secrets from them. They want to get rid of all privacy. They want everybody on the Internet and everything right there.
Well, I hate to be the one to spoil the program, but not everything can be done from the Internet.
Well, that's true. Sex is very hard to do with a computer.
Well, building a house
would
be kind of building a house would be kind of tough too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they'd want to know every penny that goes into making that house. Who's buying it? Who's building it? And did you get permission? Are all your paperwork in line? Who gave you permission to build a house?
Well, they've been doing that for years anyway. But the idea
continue with it.
Well, the idea of everything being done through an internet is, as far as the keeping up with it, they've been keeping up with it, but physically, people getting out, enjoying their lives and enjoying their liberty and their freedom is what is at hand that we're losing. And
well, we've experienced
they're taking it from...
They're going to... Sorry, Richard.
Well, they're taking it from us first.
Yeah,
We've already pretty much lost a lot of
nothing.
the things that we have, and eventually they're adding 20 more and 100 more and 1,000 more slowly so that no one really sees the big picture. But that's what's going on, and they don't care if we can build houses with robots through the computers or not. All they care about is they own it, we're the slaves, and they might keep us around for many different reasons after they get rid of however many they want to get rid of. But you can hurry up and believe that it's going to be slavery. There's going to be no democracy.
Australia has had gun control for a long time. And from what I understand, listening to some interviews of this guy from Australia, again on Romola D, and they're really good interviews, he says that it's much worse there, that Australia is the better program for where they're really going. And it's even worse than here. So if you want to find out where we're going, go in, see if you can dig up those interviews and listen to him, because he says it's incredible bad here. He said that he thinks that Australia is the better program for where they're going.
Can I just make a short comment that's an upside, bright side that I try to remember myself every day, and I don't know if it might help anybody else. Can I just quickly say it? Is that all right?
Of course.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I'm so tired of just, having this undercurrent of anger and frustration all the time, right? So I'm like, where can I find a break in that with all of the people? Like when I was in my house, my neighbors would tell an innocent person looking for her cat, don't go knock at that lady's house. We were told she's crazy. The whole police department in that town made an effort to tell every hotel I was crazy so they wouldn't rent to me. So, and UPS truck driver wouldn't deliver to the door, left a stickum saying crazy lady. Okay, so here's the thing. I know I'm not crazy. Thank God, before I was too exposed into this program, knowing what it was, when it just started, I got right to 2 shrinks when I could. And I said, look, here's what's been happening to me for almost a year. My life's been turned inside down, upside down, and people are harming me. They're coming in at night, and I told them every detail. For sure they would think I was paranoid and crazy. I said, now I want you to throw every single objective test, 2 different psychiatrists, at me, because you have to do 2, second opinion. You got to double the results in science to make them right. And the testing came back identical. So I was told emphatically by 2 psychiatrists, and I kind of wanted to be because life was so horrible. I was so frightened, that you are not in any way psychotic. You're not delusional. All we can say is you have anxiety. And we believe what you're telling us, but we don't know what to tell you to do about it. And if you didn't have anxiety, we'd be worried. So I had that after the most intense year and a half with this, when it first came to the surface, when you're really scared, tell me, no, it's really happening. You're not crazy. So having that foundation, and also the collaboration of my pain psychologist from UCSF, who knew me before it came to the service and knew me at the beginning of it coming to the service, and she kept telling me, no, you're not delusional. So that really helps me a lot, but that's what they're most trying to get at with me is my mind. And here's the thing. So here's the point I want to make. Those neighbors or whatever friends that they have believing, whatever they're believing about us, you guys, that makes them victims too, because they have to believe now they're living in a world where, in my case, a very normal, kind, nice-seeming woman is, perhaps they're even saying, dangerously crazy. So now their worldview is being changed. Their feeling of safety is being changed by their own neighbor, right? And then the people that you've known your whole life, whatever means they're used to convince them whether it's just your different behavior or what, but to not even want to talk to you or have anything to do with you, imagine what that's done to them and their perception of someone they've known and trusted and entrusted to for years. They are victims also.
Doesn't it sound like that the pandemic is just another step up, or the fear factor?
Oh, yeah, just turn on the news and watch the news. It's all fear-based.
Maybe that was just a training for you to accept fear.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm just trying to get at, for me, as I preface this thing, when I'm so tired of being angry and frustrated with the situation, with the people, and with why are they responding like that, and why is the world so opposite of what I always knew? I don't want to look at...
Well, you mentioned a while ago when you were talking about the separating of you from your family and your friends, that's a main and key ingredient into proving or having people think you're crazy. But now it's easy to say someone is crazy, but if they can get you to look and speak and act and live like you're crazy, then it's not hard to convince the people who really don't know you. The people the people that are around you that you've been forced to live with and deal with daily without your family around, without your friends around, those are the people that you must interact with, and so that they don't. So they see you, they know you, they speak to you. They're going to say, "No, that she's okay. I know what they say, but it's wrong." So interacting properly with the people around you, even though you may not know who they are.
That's a good point, Richard. Because lately I've been opening up my mouth, feeling an obligation to inform people of what's happening, and they need to become, educated, because the future is going to be so crazy, and I've got to just learn to shut up because nobody can digest this stuff. And I just
you might just want to cut a watermelon and offer the neighbors some of it, or be outside, be heard, be seen. Is important when you go to the stores and all this stuff. Don't pay any mind to the red cars or how many people are standing on the back side of the counter just barely looking over the shelves at you or something. Just go on about your business. Say hi. How y'all today? Sure is a pretty day.
Yeah,
and,
I'm good at that. I'm doing good with that part.
Can I say something about what she's going through really quick? Now, I think that this is really important, and this is an educational moment. My mother's going through this, and she's been at TI longer than me. And she told me that people are telling me that they know who I am out in public. Well, it was synthetic telepathy. So what they do, and they did this to me with my neighbors, and I ruined my reputation for a while, and I made it up to them. I was paranoid that my neighbors were after me. It turns out most of us are not experiencing that at all. What they're doing is that they're talking over your neighbor, and you're not paying attention to the details about your life, because most of us don't. So say your neighbor comes out and she talks to her dog and says, "Hi, doggy," and then you hear, you bitch across the street. And you're like, "Oh my God, the neighbor just called me a bitch." Actually, she didn't. Some perp in your head is talking over the crowd in the grocery store. They're talking over your TV, your relatives. And a lot of TIs are looping something when they actually have synthetic telepathy. And it's sad and it's heartbreaking, because when it happened to me, nobody said this to me, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And years it was wasted me believing that people were after me that I really liked. I lost friends. I became aggressive and dangerous sometimes, depressed. I thought everybody was after me.
Oh, dear.
And it was just a few white guys talking over everything. The air, everything was talking back to me and saying something to me.
I don't experience
So
that.
what I'm saying to you is that you probably have remote neural monitoring, and they're slowly messing with you to break you into synthetic telepathy with a hive. When you think someone said something negative, just like Richard said, just ignore it. I have to tell my mother this. It's so sad because she's elderly. She's like, I don't.
They just locked me out of my apartment, that's all.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
We just lost Marilyn. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, verbally, people believe that people are verbally assaulting them when they are not. It's synthetic telepathy.
Yeah,
I have
and
not experienced that.
You
right.
have
What I'm
never
saying
had
is
anybody talk in your head?
No.
You've never had any
no
any thoughts?
Well, let me explain how they do it first, because it's not in your head yet. By the time they go in your head, by the time that they're in your head, you're at my stage, which is right before they're trying to get you to kill yourself. So what stage she's at?
They've debilitated my body to the death more than my brain. But go ahead.
Yeah, the pain is. They do this to all of us. So, they listen to this. There's someone listening to the sounds around you and the people around you, and they want to make you paranoid. They do this in every country, and they talk over the neighbor. They did it to me when I moved into this house. I thought everybody was in on the gang stalking, the whole block. I missed out on parties, friendship, all kinds of fun stuff. So then one day the Air Force soldier moved in. She was studying to be a psychiatrist. I said, she has to be a perp.
Yeah.
I freaked out. Me and the husband were fighting. It turns out he was really, really nice. I made a mistake. I didn't understand what was happening and what was happening to me. I gave him a beer, like Richard said. I said, here, I'm sorry. I had to do this with a couple people in the area. I was like, I'm sorry. I've been flipping out, Many of us, me and Frank and other people with synthetic telepathy, we need to have an education program about this, because people are imagining the worst thing, and it's not true, that someone has a Megatron weapon in the next apartment. That is not true. It's not. Most of the time, it's not true. They're making you paranoid, and they're shooting you from a drone. It's a directed energy weapon. It's a military-grade weapon. How many people have a neighbor with a microwave weapon? There's some of us. I do believe this. There are other things that they're trying to make us act out and embarrass ourselves. When people are making hand gestures, I think what's happening is that something's telling them to do it. That most people are hooked up to this artificial intelligence, and they will say, hey, touch your nose, and the person will touch their nose.
Yeah, but they're working for the government. They're working for the fusion centers. They're on 24-hour call. This is an
Some
organization.
of them are.
Security.
Some of them are mind
companies
control.
have them.
Mm-hmm.
You think that they're just, they're like my daughter. We ended up in a screaming fight, and I knew that it was a screaming fight, and I said to myself, why am I screaming like this? And she was doing the same thing, and I knew it was mind control, but I couldn't stop, and neither could she.
Oh, me and my boyfriend,
so,
we fought. We were in love when we moved into this house.
Yeah, I agree.
And he became psychotic, arguing with me about nothing, and I couldn't understand it. And I said, they're messing with his head. It's probably a frequency. And they have been trying to break us up for years, and we keep coming back to each other. So he's on R&M, and he doesn't know. But I just hope that the people with synthetic telepathy will kind of get on the call and say, you know, when it first starts, you think the guy at the grocery store is talking to you. He has no idea who you are. And so what ends up happening is that you get TIs that are flooding the Internet with photographs of strangers that are stalking them when it's not true. Some people are mind controlled. Some people are hearing things that you hear. It's just so advanced. The technology is so sophisticated. It makes us look like monkeys. Like, this technology is so out there that, like, I feel like I'm a Stone Age chick. Like, I was chopping up wood. I want to live in the woods personally, but now I'm like, there's going to be a whole group of black guys that are going to follow me to the woods through my eyes, you know, so it sucks.
I'm so sorry. If I can just comment on the hearing people saying things. Whenever occasionally I've overheard people I don't know saying something that either I'm supposed to be hearing it wrong, or they're supposed to be making sure I hear it, or what I'm hearing isn't what's being said at all. And so when something really out there I'm overhearing because I'm trying to overhear it, and I think it pertains to me, I always consider, is that really what was said? Or was it said on purpose because I'm supposed to overhear it?
I have to interrupt 1 second. I just need your silence. This is Targeted Massachusetts, signing off at 1:14 a.m.